did yang it. Sure. Hey, QP. Welcome back. I don't know how anyone does this. Such a pain in the butt. Did you make the Lyra? Not yet. Not yet. Making a new channel is a lot of work, Hank. Trump 2020 Kona. K Kona. What is that? What's a K Kona? Hey, Jabbar. Wow, lots of people. It's 3 clicks. Wow, yeah, it's 3 clicks to make the account, but it takes time to, you know. Aren't political ads banned? No, that you're talking about Facebook, Hank. Facebook, it's illegal. And then I finished watching it around. Oh yeah, it was long, man. It was 3.5 hours, and they were still going. But I did get a chance to talk about housing. And I think they liked most of it, so just make a channel. Let me finish. I gotta do this. This is really, really confusing, man. I don't know. Marketing campaign stuff. No, this is wrong. Everything about this is wrong. I'm not even doing the right thing. No. You guys ever talk about the candidates? No, we never got around to that. Thank God. There was no yanging last night, you know? I was just holding back a bit, you know. They did I don't know, someone what was her name? Vivian. She was just like, what did she say? Like radical something. That's so typical Yang Gang, something radical. I don't know. She thought that I was saying something crazy or something or something like that. That was the only part. What kind of roundtable? I don't know. It was pretty loose. So, hey, I got a calendar now. So Mind Waves apparently has a roundtable. Pixie has a roundtable. Amy, I want to go to these because yesterday was a dude fest, and you know, I was really not too comfortable when they were like talking about like sexual assault and you know rape and all those sorts of things, and there was no women there. Yeah. I guess you could say there was a gender neutral person there, but anyway. I kept my mouth shut for that one, but then we drifted into a different topic, and then it was fine. Look, I need help. I need to So can I use this to drive traffic to my video? See, what I want to do is, I'm testing this out, okay? So I haven't campaign here. And then I noticed that this one, you know, like I target tech workers living in big cities, and it has gotten some conversions. This one doesn't seem to be working so well, but man, those trends. Oh yeah, Cutie Tiff was here for most of it. She could tell you about it, you know. There were extra free traffic. Well, the Andrew Yang ones I saw only had like 5 views. You know. With homepage cage match, you can get it in them. Okay. I know you're trying to. You're upselling on it. You're trying to sell me on it, but let me do this one first. So anyway, this campaign is going directly to my website, but I want to try one where it goes directly to this video here, and I think you can do that. I had to go to sleep, felt getting sick. Well, I mean, it was getting late too, so I mean, I don't blame you. Alright, maybe I'll just keep this on running anyway, just in case. Wait, can I load campaign settings? Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. Check. Not to blame for housing crisis. And if you think so, you've been duped. And if you know. Video promo. So I'm gonna see if I tell the techies what they want to hear. How you know, is that how well that's gonna do? So United States, Target, send. Oh man, I gotta do this shit again. Okay, Target, stop. Target. There more. Did you guys see the Bernie? Did you guys see the Bernie perfume? Maybe you should watch that just for fun. The real reason why. Oh no, trust me. I have. Oh man, I have all those headlines in there. Trust me, Tank. One weird trick why you're fucked. No, that's not right. But you know, I mean, one weird trick to unfuck yourself, or housing is expensive. Why? Because of people making ads like this. I have no idea what they're trying to do with this. Like,
Medicare for all. Quite sexy.
I can't tell if this is satire or not.
We're going to win the Democratic nomination, and together we are going to defeat Donald Trump.
Introducing Renee, the people's perfume.
I don't know what to make sense. I don't know how to make sense of this. It's I don't know. Staffers, right? Oh god. Oh man, more stuff, huh? I mean, how many did they catch already? Like, at least 3 or 4, right? You know? I don't know, they post-royal political panel. Okay, what's going on? And there's always something. I could be at a round table every night almost. Have to think about that. Okay, so anyway, I wanna try this out. Okay, I'm gonna be like, hey, hey, you know, Google employee, aren't you sick of everybody's being a dick to you about housing, you know? And they'll be like, what are you talking about? And they'll be like, well, watch the video. Watch the video. Paget phone banking, like, oh man, I gotta do text banking. Do you hear about the Bernie staffers one? Yeah, no, I heard about that, Hank. It's been going around, man. That there's a couple videos of Bernie staffers, and these are paid staffers now. They're being paid, saying some pretty crazy stuff, and people are like, ooh, that's what about that pro gulag guy, right? He was like, yeah, the gulags are really cool, and I don't know. They're trying to attack the legitimacy of the journalist, right, who did it, but oh, he said they won't kill the landlords. Okay, that's good. Oh, phew. They're all talk anyway. They're not going to do any of that. Like, good God, they don't have the balls to do anything. They're all mama's boys who they're just trying to like look good for their date, that's what it is. Bernie started out, yeah, oh man, don't joke about that. Cutie Tiff, oh man. So, yeah, Los Angeles County. Oh no, that's already there. Bio region. Okay. And now include San Diego. This is actually just the people I know, It's really all my friends in the housing thing is gonna see this. Oops. You got me the shitzo. Okay. Like, oh man, I gotta do text banking. Like, oh man, I gotta do text banking. I don't even know what that is. That good or bad? I don't know. Stop distracting me, okay? Let me. They say they're holding back, but if violence is necessary, they will do it. Yeah, they're not gonna do it. They do chicken shit, man. Like, look at the people saying that. You think they're gonna go? Like, they don't even know how to shoot a gun. Are they gonna be like, oh, okay, well, that's the last straw. Now I'm gonna go to the range and learn how to shoot a gun, and then, then I'll set up a. They're not gonna do it. Look at them. They're too lazy. They just like going to bars, having a drink, and talking about Karl Marx. That's their thing. They're not gonna form a militia, because then that gets weird, because that's like, wow, that's really right wing. If you're forming a militia, isn't that, that's not very woke. So, I don't know. Like, I'm not worried about the violence part. It's just whatever, What I'm more worried about is that, you know, they're just gonna be like, people like that are gonna be like, you know, they're gonna join the government and join the city, and then they're gonna get a cushy job at the, I don't know, Department of Water and Power or something, and then we're gonna get rolling brownouts like we do right here in California. It's a mess. Are Trump people violent? Well, try talking to the Trump people. They will say probably no. I don't think so. My brother voted for Trump, and he's not a violent guy. Oh my god, he likes cooking, man. I don't know why the far left, you know, are so afraid of them. I mean, what are they gonna do, man? They're gonna be, you know. Trump people are just racist and people. Well, you know, the Democrats do that too, right? Cutie Tiff. So. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh man. Ugh. Here where it gets weird because both parties are accusing each other of being bad, and then it's like they're accusing each other of doing the same things that both sides do. You know? Yeah, I would say that's probably like okay, the smartest. Look, there's dumb people on both sides, right? Okay, but I think the smartest of Trump people would say, yeah, I don't really like Trump that much either, but he represents everything that the Democrats hate. Like, you know, he's like a complete package, man. Like he hate, you know, race, like he's white, old, male, straight, billionaire, lowbrow, uh doesn't give a shit about social protocols, on PC. You know, he's just like the perfect combination of everything that Democrats hate, and they're like, yeah, here, let him loose, man. But I don't like him either. I'm sorry, I cannot vote for him. Oh my god. So I get it. I get why they vote. You know, I get why they really just wanted to fuck with the Democrats, and it worked because they can't seem to stop themselves. It's just like, you know, like they could just ignore him. They could just ignore Trump, and he would have gone away, man. It would have worked if they just ignored him. It would have worked, but no, they just kept on feeding him attention, and then they lost. I hate politics. Oh man, I don't know anyone who loves politics. Let me know if you find someone. Can I add an ad group from another one? No. Okay, wait. I don't understand. Where is the part where I put in the link to my video? Like, where is that? And where is it? Both, but your entire, hey, I mean, dude. I don't know. One thing, What's with the call waiting music? Well, it describes my state of mind right now, where I'm just kind of like, what the fuck am I doing with this? You know, all I want to do is promote my YouTube video. And where is the part where I just put in the, like, why is it so hard? Why is it so confusing? Maybe it's maybe it's the next screen, like campaign. No, that's tracking. Please hold while my brain tries to process this. Okay, just techies, people who like tech stuff, okay? And adjacent, so people who are, you know, these are all the annoying people on Twitter. And these are the people, you know, like your uncle who's like really into the latest gadgets. You know, everybody has one uncle who's kind of like that. You know, they buy all the latest. I don't know, like Google glasses, right? Who bought that? Only these people. And people, accessories and components. No, these are people, you know, that could be like smartphones, but you know, even teen girls use a smartphone these days. Maybe I don't need. Well, we'll see. I mean, I don't know. It's not. So these people. And yeah, that's it. This is not explicitly political. Okay, and then sort of leaning younger-ish. But these people have money. I should maybe, you know, like, this is where you're supposed to be. This is the age range where you're supposed to be making your most money, okay? Just so you know, I don't know how old you guys are, but if you're not making tons of money when you're 45, then something's wrong. Something went wrong. Then this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Okay. Oh, uncles call me pretty. Okay. Hopefully not an inappropriate way. Choosing categories directly related to video. Yeah. No, totally. No, that's what I'm trying to do. Like, but this is an audience. It's very confusing, man. So there's a difference between audience and demographics, right? And you gotta find the overlap. Like these are things that your potential audience may be interested in. I might leave out mobile enthusiasts and social media enthusiasts because that's not necessarily, you know. Maybe I need to get off of the social media train. I'm a little tired of it. But then there's this thing. It's like, well, you know, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's not big enough. The pool's not big enough, so let us expand it for you with this generic slider. But I'm just a little worried now because I want to promote a specific video and I don't see a way to add it. But okay. Okay. What? I thought I just added an ad. What are you talking about? I already did this. What the hell? I don't want to do this again, dude. See what I mean? Like, why? Okay, I'm gonna hold on. Can I create an ad? Okay, upload display ads. In dating, no one is, yeah, that's true. Finding love is not easy, just remember that, you know? If you're struggling, you're not alone, you know? What the hell? Google Ads URL, like it's confusing because like I don't know what this is doing. Yeah, final URL, like where is that? Destination URL, where is that? Even when you find it, it is still hard. Ah. Yeah, that's true. All my aunts call me fat. That's very mean. But family can be like that though, huh? You can no longer create or edit ads that use a destination URL. Okay. Final URLs. Okay. Yeah, where is this? We use tracking information, okay. Okay, adds an extension. Add. Okay, so it's in the ads. Man, why? Feels Chinese, man. Oh yeah, Chinese ants. Asian aunties. Asian aunties can be real mean. You know, they just tell you what they're thinking on their mind, and they have no consideration for any of your feelings. I know it. Americanese, yeah, you know, yeah, whatever. You know, it doesn't matter if they're in America. Okay, can I I just wanna move this over here. Can I just move it from here to here? Or can I change the destination URL here? There it is! It's right here! Okay, good. So I wasted all my time doing this. See? Like, who caused the housing crisis? Tech isn't why. It's the government, not tech. See, the libertarians would love this. And there we go. Okay, I don't have to do nothing. I wasted a whole hour clicking on shit that I didn't need. And then it turns out I don't even need this, so I'll just delete the whole thing. Where is it? Are they single in their late 20s? What? Neat, hook us up. Wait, what's going on there? Is there a exchange going on? Ugh. Okay, let's delete this. Delete, remove. Okay, good. So now everybody's gonna go to this video. All the tech people, and you know. Did you see the hack? Oh, that was you! I didn't, I saw the tweet, but I didn't read it yet, so I'll check it out. Did he actually have a packet? Yeah, let's check it out now. Oh, Yincher requested though? Okay. Yeah, he didn't post it publicly, did he? Okay. I should ask for... What's gonna be on YouTube? What? It's in here somewhere, wow. Yeah, it's probably, No, Yang supporters are not an account. They're weird. How dare you speak poorly of, you know, Master Yang. Panda stuff? What? They don't like sex, just panda. I don't know. I just find that really, I just find that really funny. Chinese people don't like sex; they just like pandas. Panda stuff. Yeah, and they like feng shui and kung fu and what else do they like? They like Chairman Mao. Maybe not now, not as much, but you know they used to. And where did it go? I remember seeing it. It was like, oh man, but yeah, you know it is. It is. You gotta be careful with satire because sometimes it's hard to tell. You know, it really is hard to tell sometimes. No, not Alexander. Zeke, Devil. There it is. Yeah, I'll just leave a little note. Alright. I don't know if he's interested, but might as well ask. Okay, so now this one video is gonna get 100,000 bajillion views, and then all the tech money is gonna come into my channel, okay? So I have targeted them properly. Oh no, but maybe okay. I should edit this a little bit though. Yeah, let me click on this thing. Give me a sec. Share your ad preview. Right. Okay.
5G is ready to roll out.
Okay, but I don't know. Okay. Ryan needs to implement a VAT. Sure. No, I spent a lot of time on this, man. It takes forever to make one of these ads. Like, even though it's like, how do I check? How do I change the settings? Yeah, see, this is a problem, man. This is what happens when companies get too big. It's like, where is everything? I don't know. I don't remember. Okay, I can edit it from here. How about I not spend so much money on it? 30. And then, you know. So the whole idea is that, okay, I'm spending 30 cents per click. And what I need to do is make sure that people are watching my videos long enough so that I get more than this per click. But I'm not paying everyone this, right? Only these are paid views, so I don't know. And then it goes through the Google algorithm, which nobody knows how it works. You know, even the people who designed it probably doesn't know how it works. So we'll see. It's a gamble. All right, what's she up to?
I think we need some more jails. Yup. Do I think we have to get tougher in certain instances? Yes, I do.
Bernie Sanders is a cop. Mm-hmm.
He's a cop
because he supported more prisons, an increase in law enforcement presence, and tougher crime sentencing. When he voted for
good,
the 1994
right?
crime
Gulag.
bill. Did y'all know he voted for the crime bill? Because, you know, that's the part of this support is trying to leave out, oh, well, he didn't support the crime bill.
Gulags and prisons are not
but, you know,
mutually
they
exclusive,
have
you
this
know?
reverse
Like, they're
logic
actually...
when it comes to Bernie. He voted for the crime bill, and turns out he was quite supportive of it. Now, they like to share that one little clip of him talking about the crime bill is negative, and he's only supporting it for the Violence Against Women Act, but this interview, this press conference that he gave around the crime bill, he was much more emphatic and full-throated in his support of the crime bill. And it went beyond the Violence Against Women Act. You know, some of the things that he pointed out, again, are an increase of prisons.
Bernie is a cop,
more prisons,
okay.
more law enforcement, tougher crime measures. That does not sound very much like a prison abolitionist to me, child. Now, we know that the 1994 crime bill did lead to mass incarceration, for which Bernie Sanders has not apologized for. Because supposedly he didn't...
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the big deal is. It's like, you know, the Soviet Union had a pretty, they had a pretty tough police force. So if you're going to be, you're going to take that socialist stuff all the way. I mean, come on, you got to be real, right? Like, yeah, they had lots of prisons, man. The socialists love prisons. So, but the weird thing is that, I don't know, like, why do they think that this version of socialism is going to be any different? I don't know, right?
He didn't support it, even though he voted for it. So, this is where the hypocrisy of you Bernie bros and you Bernie broettes is really revealed, because it was never really about
gender equality.
Criminal justice
That's
reform,
progress.
because Bernie certainly isn't that. I mean, let's just look at Vermont. Even though he's not a Vermont legislator.
Hey,
if he had any fucking influence, then why the hell does Vermont have the third highest incarceration rate for black people, even though they only make up 1% of the goddamn population? What kind of shit is that? This is y'all reformer? No, I don't think so. But it was something where y'all felt he had strength compared to other people. But go on ahead and keep doing what y'all always do. You make excuses like how you did for a racist, transphobic bigot supporting Bernie and him touting that. Go ahead and make excuses for the fact that Bernie is a motherfucking cop too.
Jesus Christ. Okay. All right, lady. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the issue, right? When it comes down to it, like, Bernie's not really good at anything. You know? Other than being Bernie, you know? And then he's having his moment right now where he's just I think a lot of people happen to be resonating with his message, but what is he gonna actually do, right? He's really bad at passing legislation. He does not work well with others, both in the public and private sector, honestly. And so, I don't know. It's just like, I don't know where the hope is coming from, you know? Like, what's going to get better under his administration, right? Like, what is he actually going to do? Like, oh yeah, so it's telling me that Twitter chick, oh man, she tells it like, yeah, man, she don't mince her words, that's for sure. Okay, so it's telling me I need to publish my video right now or you're a fool, okay? So this is also a problem. I need to clip the round table from yesterday. I think I'm gonna start it around when we started talking about housing because I don't want to play the whole thing. It's very, very long.
Huh?
Yeah.
See?
Oh, on the World Happiness Index. The only fucking
This is like New York and San Francisco.
Like,
you're pretty fucking low down. Believe it or
well,
not.
I
Yeah,
actually
that-
can imagine.
Yeah, I know.
Just
Hey,
that freedom
hey,
index
hey,
wasn't
real
created by us. I don't trust it.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
American freedom.
I just want to say something about it. Right, hold on.
Yang gang, yeah. Oh, you know, okay, look. So, like, yeah, veggie crisps. That actually sounds pretty good right now, but, yeah, see, most of the people here are Bernie people. You know, I did a little bit of research, you know, like, I think Mark and I think Mindwaves is also a Bernie supporter. I'm not sure, but this was like a far, you know, it's a lefty panel, right? A round table, but we had pretty good conversations, you know, and it wasn't bad, you know. We agreed on a lot of things, but man, like the hardcore, like, I don't know, they just have like a lot of toxic people that just goes around harassing other campaigns, and it's like, what the hell? You know, you guys got to keep those guys in check. It's usually a guy, not always, but you know, some women, but yeah, but you know, I gotta good to show face. You know, I gotta show face. I gotta get more active on Twitch. I think because at least there's a place for me to talk about my stuff. I didn't really talk much about Yang here, but
Just as an English person, though. Just as an English person.
Thank you.
One English person to another. I'm, you know, like, yeah, you can say.
Protestant work ethic. Where did that come from? Yeah. Fuck. The first, maybe a common.
see, look up article 34, and that is the reason why we cannot even build that here. And it's insane. We're doing the wrong things on every aspect of the housing thing. Like, even if you're liberal or conservative, like, there's like a bipartisan agreement with that we're doing all the wrong things. So, yeah, well, there's really not much moderation going on, you know, like, that's something I wish Leon would have done a little bit more, because last night I would say, at least while I was there, Vivian was speaking about like 70% of the time. You know, she was talking a lot, and Leon didn't really do anything to, you know, if I was moderating this, I would like try to spread out some of the, like, I didn't hear a single thing Puff Shake said yesterday. You know, I have no idea what's on his mind because he only spoke like for like 5 seconds, I think. You know, Yag Media blackout. You know. I don't think he was doing it on purpose, but you need to, like, you have to. I think I think Leon likes to take a hands-off approach, but sometimes you gotta moderate it, man. Just be like, hey, you haven't spoken much over there, you know. Wolf tried to hit on me, really?
But it's just like you could be in a well, I guess.
Question,
but the fact is, like, a motorbike is not.
It's okay.
On a motorbike because other people
I'm not interested, though. You know, I told you I'm not here to pick up a date, okay? So.
Yeah.
I think once. If I did, I would be dressed a little nicer instead of this shit. Just came straight out of the road out of bed. Yeah, that was enough for me. But
helicopters are cool.
They are cool.
Skydive, though.
They are cool. You know, like an average amount, you can get a decent sized apartment there. And if you go, and it's very obvious, it's California.
I'm curious, what kind of transit would you want if you're like building a city? Because like I went to Seattle and their transit was
oh
like,
my god,
amazing.
that's my thing.
What?
I wouldn't live my life. I wouldn't live my life in one every day though.
Okay, I think it starts around here, so.
I'm curious, what kind of transit would you want if you're like building a city? Because like I went to Seattle. And
Okay, that's good. And then when does it end? I left somewhere. They said they keep on going, man. Okay, I was not imagine. Yeah, you know, it's not like anyone's fault, honestly. You know, like if Vivian, you know, if she had a lot to say, then you know she's gonna say it. But it's the moderator's job to make sure that everyone gets equal hearing, and otherwise you end up with. Do you want to be like MSNBC? And I don't think so. You know, let's do better than that.
For subs yet, because I'm not consistent enough. So, but anyway, thanks guys. Talk to you later.
28th, technically today, depending on what time.
Nobody else follow.
Okay.
I gotta get walking, so but I wanna
Gonna turn it gold.
Bad faith.
I need a bad faith.
Nothing annoys me more than people talking in bad faith.
I know, yeah, but
Can
yeah.
I steal your bad faith emote, Mark Monkey?
Yeah. So you know, Vivian got 3 hours, and then everyone else got 5 minutes.
Get your account unfrozen and then sub me. What you do? Plus, you get that sweet ass Marks emote, the Marks Monkey emote, where you're shredding on a base.
I tell you what, if I get 12 more subs in the next 3 days, I will.
Twitch people swear a lot.
I'm not really.
They're a bad influence on me.
I'll follow you guys right after
Say
this,
fucking
so
fuck
have a good
that
night.
fuck fucking Karl Marx. Fuck. Anyway, Nate was interesting. He's the economics guy. He knew what NIMBY was, so I didn't have to explain it to him. So I think he gets it. You know. I feel like Yang shit be deep. That's why he don't need much time. A little bit goes wrong. Yeah. No, man, you gotta be efficient. You gotta be efficient with your work. I'm trying to work on that too. I have a tendency to like ramble sometimes, and I get it from my dad. But yeah, Vivian's well for her. And you know, she used to be homeless. She was telling us about her homeless story. You know, I was like, whoa. So, okay, anyway, what was this thing called? It was called the something round table. Something. Something round table. Oh, it's just Leon Safer's round table, okay? Talking about housing at let's put Twitch. Is Twitch politics a thing? I don't know. Does anyone even care? That's the thing. I mean, there's a Twitch politics channel. Redneck invasion. Okay. Trump will smoke Yang in real time. Are you talking about medical marijuana? No. Redneck invasion. Oh man. Oh. I want to see this. Oh no! Twitch is being invaded by rednecks.
These guys right next to me, and I'm picking up interference.
All right. All right.
I mean, I'm gonna put a wood stove in mine in hopes to offset the cost.
Off or whatever, and if we're gonna go up that
Okay.
far, we might as well fish a little bit beforehand.
All right. This sounds good.
Then heck, we'll have a castle out there to camp out on. So.
I'm pretty sure I've seen this guy. This seen that guy somewhere. Okay. Okay, so it is a hashtag. It's just like used once a year. Yeah. I mean, seriously, this is from 2015, man. Maybe I'll just put it in anyway, because. You know, if we don't start it now, it'll never become a thing. Alright, so I'll get this out. And then I gotta keyword it all. And just add boobs, yeah, I know. But then the Yang Gang is gonna get mad at me. They're gonna be like, Ryan, stop using boobs for clickbait. And you're like, you know, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna have a hot girl in front of an apartment complex? Is that what it is? Yeah, they're not gonna watch it anyway. They're gonna see it and they're gonna be really disappointed. You know, you're gonna click on the video and like, where's the boobs? Why are you talking about zoning policy? And then they'll never visit again. It doesn't even work, man. It's like, it's a bad idea. It used to work. It used to work because back in the day, your videos were judged by number of views, right? Now it comes down to watch time. So so you have to so if they come, they click on your video and they look at it and it's like, where's the boobs? And they leave. That doesn't actually help you anymore. It used to, you know, back when the Back when the thing sucked. So it's getting better, you know, but still not quite there. I need to get a thumbnail. I think I'll just take a picture of this. See, how can I do that? Watch. Remember getting recommended for because of Lemka. Leafy is here. Is that the guy that makes the super? Sure. It's hard to elevate the. It is hard, man. It's hard to do anything. Why is it so blurry? Can you like? Oh, there we go. I think that'd be good enough. It was just some kid. Oh. Speaking of which, you know, like, there's a thing that is like hashtag hot girls for Bernie, you know, and then that's been going around. Is that still going on? It kind of is. It's so weird, but then like, and then it's like, no, we gotta do this too. So there's hot girls for Yang, which I'm a little disappointed with, you know. I'm not gonna peruse this, but now there's hashtag smart girls for Yang. You know, that makes more sense to me. See. So I like this a lot better. See, I would like to date one of these women, you know, the smarter ones. Not why is there butts? Okay, I'm gonna stop doing this. Let's keep it classy, okay? Yeah, smart girls for Yang. I like that. I like that. Those are the kind of girls I would like to, you know, go on a date with. 'Cause, oh man, have you ever, like, had a date with someone who's really attractive, but they're, you know, their mind isn't quite there, you know, to put it politely, but Bernie cringy ideas to get. Yeah, no, there's butts are smart. Okay. Yeah, I rarely had dates for hours. Well, it's not hard to get a date. You know, that's what the internet is for. Finding someone you like is hard. I've given up on internet dating sites, but sometimes I'll go on just for fun, and then I'm just disappointed. No. Dude, all the trashy nice guys don't exist. They're all, well, you just called them trashy, so maybe that's your problem. You're dating before the internet's an expensive interview. Yeah, I don't know. I tried a dating service up in the Bay Area back when I had more money. You know, I was just like, okay, well, I don't know. I got tired of the internet. And it's like, well, I'll try it out. you know? Maybe it could lead to something. No, don't, never. Never do. Never. They're just basically the same thing. They're doing the same thing. They're basically like, they give you like a 3-minute interview, and then they're like, okay, so they didn't even bother like getting to know me. So anyone they chose or like as a date was just like, okay. And then, so it went on 3 really bad dates. And they weren't bad. It was just like, this is not going anywhere. And then, so you're wasting my time and taking my money. So no thanks. 22-year-old is a honey trash days tomorrow. Are you married? Positivity? Where did it go? Alright, there it is. All them guys talking, I mean, that's normal guy stuff, right? You gotta find an adult. Someone looking for something more serious. And that's not... That's like... That can be hard to find, you know? Like, a lot of guys aren't ready to settle down, so they're just dating for fun, and you just so happen to be there. So, if you recognize that is what is going on, then it's not so bad. Then it's like, you know, just have some fun and forget about it. But if you're looking for something more serious, then you gotta talk to people who are more serious. Otherwise, you're just wasting your time, you know? How did you guess? I don't know. It's just the implications. I don't know. Maybe the grass is greener on the other side, though, you know? Like, I know lots of people who are, like, unhappily married. But, and then actually, someone I met in the Yang Gang is going through a nasty divorce. So, I hear that all the time, and she was like, oh man, I've been married for 25 years, and I hate the guy. I'm like, wow. And now you're ganging people, huh? But, you know, that's a little extreme. Most people, you know, life's not perfect, you know? It's just kind of... Most people... even if you love someone, you know, it's not perfect, and yada yada yada, you know, etc. Okay. Do you think Yang is doing too many mini rallies? Her decision. Maybe you're watching him too much. Maybe that's the thing. Sometimes I feel. Sometimes you need a break. You know, sometimes you need a break from, not happy or unhappy, it's autopilot, we have our thing. Okay. Yeah, I do hear that a lot too, you know, it becomes, routine, you know. Maybe that's okay, I don't know. Because on the other side, on the other hand, you have people who are like, you know, they have these really intense relationships. And then it's lots of ups and downs, and then eventually it flames out, you know. So it's tough. And if I knew what I was doing, then I'd probably be married too. Happy birthday! No. Yeah, I had to take a break from watching Yang content for a little while, because it's just like, wow, I've heard you say that exact same thing. That is the 50th time I've heard you talk about automation and UBI. Oh my god, you know, and driving me nuts. I mean, I love you, Andrew Yang, but damn, that's a lot of. You know, anybody if they hear the same thing over and over, they'll go crazy eventually. You know, I don't know how he does it. You know, one thing I learned about in this campaign, you know, even for this YouTube channel, is that you got to learn to get comfortable repeating yourself. I think a lot of smart people have a trouble with that. And I know I did. You know. Because I'm like, okay, I know this is the 20th time I've been saying that we need to build more housing in the last 5 minutes, but we need to build more housing. You know, like, the fact that we need to build more housing hasn't changed. And y'all ain't doing it, so I gotta repeat myself now. Maybe be better on the bottom. And move this up. And I want to reuse this. Have a great day. I feel like I should leave this in. He's slapping me because he pitied me. Yeah, don't do that. Okay. See, I think you're looking. The problem is that it seems to me that you're looking for something more serious. Than the guys you are dating with. So maybe it'd be good if you just realize that and then stop talking to those guys. It's not. Can do a background here. Where's the background? There is no background. Is that background? No. Remember that meme you posted when you suggested to build more housing? Yeah, they push out. Yeah. No, that's how it is, man. And you gotta repeat yourself. And then after they throw you out the window, you have to be like, okay, well, I got thrown out the window. Okay, brush myself off. Okay, and then I'm gonna take the elevator, climb back up there, and say the same thing. You know, that's what it feels. That's what a feels to be like a Yimby, you know. And I just got used to it. You know, I feel like I need to. What's the word? I gotta work that out. You know, I gotta be more okay with it. You know, that's my lot in life, being thrown out the window for trying to solve the problem. You know, and I think a lot of the Yang Gang is kind of in a similar thing. They're like, I don't think this is working. I'm gonna make it a little smaller. Try to fit it in the bottom here. I make this blue. And this will be just regular old black. Oops. Nope. And they grow fat, boring, typing in random Twitch channels. Man. Come on. I don't know. A lot of people think my life is exciting, but it's really not. You know, I get into I do a lot of crazy stuff, but it's really like day to day. My life is pretty boring too. I think it's a lot. You know, it's all about how you feel about your life. You know, it's not so much about like what other people think, or you know what other people. Okay, so I could probably reuse this. I'll make different ones too, but in case I don't have time to make a new one.
The New York Times did an article today about Bernie's internet army, and I have to say, it's about damn time that Bernie Sanders is getting called to the carpet for the fucked up behavior that is fostered by him, his campaign staff, and his internet army of assholes, okay? Now, I know some people will say, well, every campaign has supporters that get a little bit out of line, this and the other, and that is true. But the Bernie bros and broettes, can't forget the ladies, gonna say, oh, you're erasing his support with ladies. Some of you bitches are broettes and you can get called out too. Y'all be the worst ones. So they just take it to a whole nother level, okay? Because they dox people. They bully people in terms of threatening violence on them, threatening death, threatening saying they help you get brain cancer, and talking about, well, you better hope I don't see you on the street, or I'll see you on the street, or I know where you live. And let me tell you something. I slap motherfuckers in real life, okay? And come to my house. See if I know Katie got bands on your ass.
I believe her. Yeah, I believe she slaps people in real life.
Easily intimidating, and it's terrifying. People are literally scared to death to even criticize Bernie Sanders, okay? And so that's just not something that you find with other people, period.
I don't know.
Say otherwise.
Yeah, Tulsi, man, I kind of lost track of what she was doing after she jumped out of the debate. Remember that, right? She was like, yep, debates are rigged, fuck this, I'm out of here. And then I never saw her again. You know, that's what it just... And I don't know what she's doing. I don't know what I'm a little worried what she's doing in New Hampshire right now, actually. So... I don't know. She could actually make a pretty big showing there, and I don't know. Oh man, it's gonna be nuts. She's a little too combative for me now, you know? Like, I love her. I love her, you know, dedication.
But I think even though that the New York
speaking
Times was
speaking the truth,
and
but
very comprehensive, it did leave out some key points. Number one, Bernie Sanders senior staff are
like I really don't think her lawsuit against Hillary Clinton is really gonna help. You know.
And people.
Oh yeah, Tulsi is like Bernie, but with balls.
In the name of Bernie Sanders. So it starts at the top, and we know Bernie Sanders knows exactly what the fuck is going on because he's an asshole too.
He's an
Then you also have these media outlets, these rag trash media outlets like Jacobin, which is basically a Bernie Sanders propaganda website that does nothing but trash people other than Bernie Sanders. Then you have the Intercept, you have the Guardian, you have all
I know even the Jacobin, they talk shit about Yimbys. They talk about shit about everyone. I'll prove to you. Oh yeah, it's right here. See? The Yimbys, they're talking about shit about Yimbys, you know. There it is. You know, and they're saying like, no, Red Control is actually good. And I'm like, no, Tulsi's base is, you know, a lot of them are former vets, so it's a mixture of really, you know, very, I don't know, it's a culture that's tough to deal with because, you know, a lot of them have issues from being, you know, from serving. You know, like we have a few vets in our campaign too, and then some of them have PTSD, I think, and they're not very stable, you know. And there's a rent control is it? Well, they rejected Prop 10 last year, but and then I mean this ties into the campaign too, right? Bernie Sanders endorsed Prop 10 in California last year and it lost like by a lot. You know, 60-40. I know it was actually 59.7 and you know 39. Okay, but anyway, 60-40. And then this is California now. We're not talking about Texas or you know, Alabama. It's California, and then Bernie Sanders put his name on it, and it lost. That's the same thing's gonna happen to him in the primaries, like so.
The Young Turks that just sit up there and just do everything they can to tear down other Democrats. And so what we need to do. Stop letting these motherfuckers bully you. Stop backing down. Stop being too afraid to push back and call out this shit for what it is. Let these motherfuckers know we will not be intimidated. We will not back down. And we are not taking your shit anymore.
Okay. Okay. All right. Black Women Views. What is her real name? Does she have a real name? Does she have a real name? Oh, man. What a mess. Yeah, they don't work. They don't work. All the economists agree that it doesn't work. And yet, yeah, people who are like, no, let's do it. And that's the one I don't get. Oh no, I'm gonna miss my window. Well, no, I can still post it now and I'll be okay. So, alright. So, I you might notice I have some new tools someone recommended me. YouTube Analytics, something. Okay, so... Oh no, that's the one-time Twitch, that Twitch thing is actually relevant. Politics, political roundtable, I don't know, maybe. EMB rent is too damn high. Affordable housing. Alright. This is not doesn't seem very relevant, but Krista was eventing Bernie Bros. That it's justified. Oh, okay. Well, good luck with that, Crystal. I honestly think that the Bernie campaign is paying Crystal to say shit like that. Because they know, you know, imagine you being a Bernie staffer in charge of, you know, they're like, okay, wow, here's $1 million to help Bernie win the nomination and do what you can with this money. What would you do? Of course, you'd pay off the staffer. You know, pay off big time media people, cause the thing is, like, you know, if you look at those videos, right, the expose videos, like, those people, that's how they think, you know, and they don't really care, aside from the fact of looking cool, right? So let's go to Crystal Ball and give her money to say nice things about Bernie, because he, you know, they already know she's pretty sympathetic to him. So what's the problem, right? It's a good deal. And socialism. Go socialism. So anyway, I don't have any proof, so I'm not gonna make a video about it or nothing. But I do think they're spending a lot of money on media stuff, because that's what they love. You know, they love the attention. They really love people talking about Bernie Sanders, and they're trying to be cool. You know, they're trying to make themselves look cool by connecting to it, right? Like, you know, hey, I'm part of this cool movement. You wanna sleep with me? You know, that kind of thing. I don't know. Okay, I'm getting a little bit too reading into it too much. Why is this blinking? Okay. So, homelessness. Why does Skid Row let homeless people camp there? Well, it's like one of the few cities where they don't, because it's a ghetto, you know. They have no political power or means of removing them, so I think that's why they concentrate over there. I find it funny that demographic coin okay movement should try to look cool. I don't know. There's some truth to both sides of that, you know. The boomers and millennials are very emotionally driven generations, you know. Gen Z and Gen X they tend not to participate in that kind of stuff as much. So yeah, who do you like? Who talks about Gen X, for example, right? Does anybody talk about Gen X? No. Because the Gen X, they stay out of it. You know? Yeah, lots of meme wars, right? Like, and most of the meme wars are happening between the boomers and the millennials. But what about Gen X? You know, what about those folks in between? Like, I kind of identify as being Gen X. You know, I'm kind of on the border of millennial and Gen X, but man, it's a lot less stressful being a Gen X, because I'm like, all right, I don't know, maybe it's more stressful because you end up having to mediate between the two. It'd be interesting though. I think like in the next couple of years, Gen X leadership is going to be a thing. You know, a lot of the boomers are retiring, and so we're going to see a different style of leadership to come up. And you know, like Yang is part of that too. You know, very low key. You know, let's just get shit done. You know, and we really need that real bad right now. Oh man. Otherwise we're all fucked. We're all fucked. I mean, just like a lot of the leadership right now, even in politics, you know, they love the shiny shit, you know? They're like, hey, look at me make this homeless shelter, you know, and like let's save. Okay, save this. It's not public yet, right? Yeah. Still pending. Recommended tile tags. Really? Do I have to put Twitch fails? Because that's false advertising. So here's the deal. So like, yeah, I've never done acid before, so I don't know. I can't speak on that. I have no plans on doing it either. I had the opportunity to, you know, some of the Yang Gang offered. Oh, I probably should say that. Nah. I'm kind of like, nah. What, marijuana's legal already, you know? Why you need more than that? Why can't you just be happy with the drugs you have now, huh? You and your kids and your drugs. Oh, look at me. I'm a millennial. I like drugs. Well, good for you. Okay, what is this? NIMBY, housing. Affordable housing, I already have that. Andrew Yang. Well, I mean, actually, that should be in there, actually. that actually should be in there. San Francisco, because they are so bad at housing. High school Korean teacher was like, yeah, we're in the same generation, alright. SB50. Well, that's gonna be get outdated very quickly. This thing better pass. If this doesn't pass, I'll be pissed. Korea makes you happy. Okay, well, let's not go to war with Korea then. Housing crisis, yeah. That's right. Politics, that's already in there. Universal basic income because of Andrew Yang. You know, like, I don't want to toot my own horn or anything, but I think the reason why Andrew Yang is related to Yimby is because of me. That's the only thing I can. I'm the only one who's talking about this, you know. Like I'm the one that made the Yimby to NIMBY to Andrew Yang connection. So this is probably why they're listed as related now. And I've been doing it for a while now, so you know. Politics, yeah, I mean, sure, I don't know. Zoning, sure. California, sure. Real estate, sure. Bernie Sanders. This is like a collection of things, of videos I've been making. Abundant housing LA. I guess so. Yeah. I'll put Bernie in there just to, because you know, to their credit, the far left folks do talk about housing. That's all they do. They just talk about it, but that's a different issue. Housing. Wait, what? Wait, what? The Reason TV has been covering housing quite a bit, so that's the reason why I'm adding them. Real Korean, they say, what's wrong having a boyfriend even if you're married? Like, what the? What do you mean, like having a boyfriend on the side? Isn't that called infidelity? Hey, how's it going? QL Gezi. Is that... Sorry, I don't recognize your name. Is Reason a libertarian outfit? Yeah, they are. So it's kind of interesting because I did not get along with libertarians, you know. I don't know how long ago, but lots of things have changed. You know, I think I'm getting older. I'm a lot less. I'm much more centrist now than I used to be, I guess. Oh, you chatted with a few times. Okay, cool. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, Ethereum. Okay. Yeah, no, see, I'm a crypto guy, right? Like, you know, I'm living off of crypto right now. And, so I get along, like, I don't know. I do actually get along with a lot of libertarians, you know, because they're all over the crypto space, that's for sure. And, they're actually pretty good on housing issues. You know, I think they see what the problem really is, whereas with like traditional Republicans and Democrats, they're sort of like part of the problem, so it's harder to talk to them about this stuff sometimes. This includes people on the far left too, you know, they are part of the problem as well. So, and oh boy, do people not want to admit that, you know, it's very rare. There are some people within the organizations, you know, there are people within the establishment who wants to do the right thing, but they can't because of politics. And so I have respect for those people, but damn it, you. So in Los Angeles, the average one-bedroom apartment is like $2,100 now, maybe 22. So you're basically paying 3 times. I don't know, $700 for what though? I'll add all these things just because it's funny. And Greta Thunberg, no. Climate change. Overpopulation, that's fucked up. Birth control, population control. Okay, population control is not a viable solution for the housing crisis, okay? Okay, like, you're gonna run into some people who are like, well, what if people just stop having babies? Then we won't have to build more housing. You know, like and just they're not thinking at all. Like, okay, well, if that's how you really feel, how do you think we're going to make that happen? Is that what you really want? You know? And then they realize what they just said, and then they never talk to you ever again. But it's there. People say it. It's nuts. 700, but in a bad location for one man. Just stop having baby. I know, like, it's a little scary, man. Some of the environmentalists, they go down that route. You know, they're like, you know, like the Earth cannot support any more population. You know, and it can't support a human population. So we need to do something about it. And they don't realize, like, what, you know, that kind of freedom. Where does that lead to, right? Like, assuming. Luckily, they're just like talking. They're not gonna actually do anything about it. But if someone like that goes into a position of power, what are they gonna do? Well, do we want to have a one-child policy like they do in China? Is that what we want to do, or are we going to tell the poor and minorities to stop having babies? Is that what we're gonna do? Because they're never gonna apply it to themselves, right? Like that's a double standard. Never want to have babies. Okay. All right. That's a personal decision, right? And then, so, you know, there are certain things, you know, that it's like part of being American. And I would think that, you know, the government is not going to tell you how many babies you can have. But I mean, I'm gonna target this in, well, where should this target? This is more this is more general, I guess. How do you think it's biting them in the butt? Because I haven't heard that side of the argument yet. Like, actually, I know some people who've been part of the should I put funny Twitch moments, top Twitch fails? Because it's not funny. None of this is funny. Man, I can throw in more. I can add so many. Okay. Reason TV. Nope. TV. Hey, stop. Housing. And hey. Why does it pull up this one? You guys had better ones. No. Surprised you haven't. Loads of people are retiring, not enough for course. Oh, so now they're having a labor shortage. That's funny. I guess it makes sense. You just wait one generation, and then you're like, hey, where did all the kids go? Well, remember that thing? Remember that one-child policy thing? Oh, yeah. It's kind of interesting, because it kind of highlights, like, kind of the nature of, like, how... I mean, not even capitalism, but just how it works, right? So then it's like, okay... Like, they enacted that one-child policy because they thought that, you know, there are too many people and they won't be able to adapt. But people are much more resilient than you think, right? Like if they have tons of babies, they'll make use of them, right? Like, the economy grows, and then, you know, they'll adjust. But if you like try to limit it artificially, then yeah, so now they have a young people shortage, Wow, it's so weird, man. The Asia has like the opposite problem of the West right now, you know? Like we are struggling on the housing front here, and then but in Asia they do housing really well. But here it's like, man, we're too many kids. Over there it's like not enough kids. So maybe we can export our kids here to China. See, problem solved. Problem solved. Let's just send all the millennials over to China. Let's make that a program. Oh man. And then I'll talk to the boomers, okay? I'll work it out with the boomers. They're like, hey, what do you think about the millennials? And they're like, those, you know, entitled, the most entitled generation. How about, what would you think about a plan of sending all the millennials over to China? I know how you feel about China. You don't like them, and you don't like millennials, so, hey, you know. Man, and then the Chinese, then China's gonna be like, where's all these white people coming from? Oh my god. What's happening? What's happening with our Beyond Bar? See, there's lots of people who would love to go, right? It could be an opportunity for them. Oh man, oh jeez. Oh man, such a... I should make a video about it, and then I'm gonna get a lot of shit, because I know. Dave Chappelle's talking. Is that a Paget's video, Angels? I think I watched. Is that Paget's one? I think I saw that. China's really interesting. Yeah, I mean it is. You know, it's a country that's really, I would say they're on the rise right now. You know. So like some of us are threatened by them, honestly. You know, their economy is growing. Some of their companies have beaten out American companies in terms of profitability, right? So yeah, that's crazy. So Dave Chappelle is actually doing the grunt work. That's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be super awesome. They're gonna overtake the US. That's yet to be seen. That's yet to be seen. Like, I would say the US is on a decline right now for a lot of reasons. It's like only 6%. But China will plateau at some point. You know, you only can grow so far with certain methods. But I do think they're on the rise and we're on the decline. And if we don't turn things around, then yeah, you're probably right. They're going to overtake us. Like they're way ahead of us in terms of technology. And you know, Yang talks about that all the time. You know, they're way ahead of us in terms of AI and technology infrastructure. They're much better than us in housing. US need to start popping some... no, I think it's the opposite. We need to, like... Well, I don't know. See, we either have to become more productive. And this is like a purely... Like... This is a purely power standpoint, right? If we want to beat China, we have to have either more babies and put all those babies to work. Or we have to become more efficient in the way we use our resources, which I think is probably more important. China's government doesn't have to worry about short-term public perception. Yeah, they have that advantage too, right? So they can make yeah, so they can make unpopular decisions, right? Like, hey, we gotta build that dam. And here, the NIMBYs will say like, no, not in my backyard. But over there, they'd be like, oh, well, tough shit. Oh god, I worry about the recession, man. I think it's gonna hit soon, especially in the cities. So, oh yeah, no, I saw that. I saw the card thing. That was really actually. I shared that. This one, right? This one, right? This is awesome. This is a great picture. And this is, you know, this just represents what our campaign is about, you know, in a nutshell. So yeah, this made me pretty happy. Okay, I gotta get the video out. So, is this ready to go? Think so. It's as good as it's gonna get. So, okay, here we go. Oh yeah, I gotta do a premiere now that I'm not streaming anymore. Send me that tweet. Oh, I don't have the tweet, Angels. You're gonna have to look that up. I just saw it as a Facebook post, so I didn't get the tweet. I'm telling you, man. Just send the millennials. I'm telling you, just send the millennials over to Japan and China because they have a labor shortage over there, right? Perfect. We solve both of our problems at the same time. You know, the boomers don't like the millennials, so they want to get rid of them. But they're not cruel enough to like murder them directly, so the best thing to do is ship them off into China, Japan, and a lot of them would love to go there, you know. You know, they're like, oh man, especially on Twitch, man, all the anime people. It's like, and then they'll be like, oh wow, I'm in Japan now, can get all the anime I want. And yeah, see, oh man, the more I think about this plan is getting better and better. Because it makes sense politically as well, right? Like, boomers hate millennials, millennials hate boomers, millennials love travel, millennials like an anime, and then just ship them off to Japan. And then I don't know. I can't speak as much on China because I'm not as familiar with Chinese politics. But then you're like, oh wow. See, the only problem is that Japanese people are gonna have to get used to white people being around, you know, and they don't like that. You know, white people are the inferior race, right? Do you know that? You know, you talk to some of the traditionalists, you know, in Japan, and they can get pretty racist, man. And you know, like, wow, those barbarians from the West, you know, coming in and being all like, hey, man, like, I like drinking Bud Light. And I'm like, oh my god, what's with these people, you know? Japanese people can be kind of snobby, okay, you know, and there's a little bit of that in me too, but it's just weird. Like, it's kind of funny when you like look at it. You know, when like white people becomes receiving end of that stuff. Yeah, but they don't have to be white, you know. It's just like lots of people would love to go to Japan, right? Look, see, like Cutie Tip over there, she's like, man, I would go, you know. So, I really think I should make a video of this. I think it'd be funny. And I'm gonna put satire. Okay, I'm gonna put satire in the title. Because, like, some people don't have a sense of humor and they just, like, wow, you know. Grandchildren hating grandparents. Ugh, yeah, I'm tired of the generational shit, you know? I'm just like, dude. Maybe because I identify as Gen X now. I'm just tired of the boomers and the millennials just arguing with each other and not really getting anything done. It's unproductive. Some people would get triggered, yeah. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Oh wait, hold on, why is that? Why did that reset? See, I was just like, hey. I didn't know you were in a political. Well, it was my first time. It was my first time. So, oh yeah. Let me post the video. Let me post the link actually. So I got a chance to talk about housing, and it was pretty fun. You know, it's very fun actually. So I want to do more of it. So I got recommended. So yesterday was like pretty much all guys except for one, two trans people. But I kind of want to go with a little bit of when there's more, a little bit more women in there, because it's like it got a little weird at the beginning, and that's not in the video. But you can check my Twitch VOD if you want to see this part. But you know, we started talking about sexual assault in university campuses and so on, and then yeah, it's nice to talk to other people. Actually, I was just a little bit worried because you know, I've been dealing with a lot of far left people, and it's very stressful. So no, it was Leon. It was Leon Cyphers. Yeah. So anyway, they came by and we talked about housing, you know, and that was good. It was good. I think we had a good discussion. So I want to do more of it. Yeah. So, but anyway, it got a little weird with the sexual assault thing, because like there's like 6 guys here, and you're like, wow, this is how sexual assault works, and I would like to hear what a woman has to say about this subject, because I think that's a little relevant, right? Just like, I don't want to be like, you know, I don't want to be like, oh man, let's have a panel on women's rights issues, and let's invite 7 straight white dudes, right? Like, the Madame Mutters, yeah, I don't know. So anyway, I made a video about support Andrew Yang and enjoy communism, and you saw the video, you saw the thumbnail, right? I'm like, and so I added in this satire into the title because people were giving me shit about it. I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, oh my god, this is a satire video. And some people just don't get it. They're just like, what? How dare you associate Andrew Yang with communism? Like, don't you get it? It's a fucking joke. You know, and I'm very, very disappointed that the Yang Gang is, you know, like, and look, man, like, see, I said, like, assuming that the viewer is too dumb to tell the difference between satire and the real thing is also a little disrespectful, you know? I think so. I know, this is the worst. This is like, I got more downvotes from this than I did with the Bernie stuff. It's kind of nuts. But look, the views just keep on growing. So I don't know, you know. Anyway, I'm just trying to laugh it off, but it is a little silly, I think. Alright, and I'll share this to Facebook now. Just let people know, you know, I'm talking to people outside of myself. The topics they talk about, what's the word, are pretty broad, but I got to talk about, but we talked about housing. These in the future. And something like that, yeah. Yang gang. There. The average Joe is kind of dumb, I guess. I mean, the thing is, like, you know, the way I said it was... Well, no, the cutie tip, there's like different... There's, Let me, give me a sec, let me pull it up after this. Let's see. No, there's different ones. Apparently they do this all the time. You know, yesterday was Leon's. Today, there's one happening at 7 with Mind Waves. Is that the same guy? Is that him? So, I mean, I might check it out. It's only, what, 2 hours from now? So, Pixie, who is a girl, I believe. She hosts one, we don't know what time, but... And then Amy apparently lives in LA and talks about housing and homelessness, so I should definitely reach out to her. I don't know how. Actually, I should figure that out right now. I should contact them right now. Then... Mind Ciphers? Is that... Oh, okay, so they do a joint one. 2 righties. Okay, I like that they have, they bring on people from the right as well, so... Yeah, so they do this all the time. So I gotta get on it, you know, I gotta network more with the Twitch folks. Cause I think that's how I'm gonna really... You know, that's the way that this channel is gonna really pick up. And I've been putting it off for a while. Okay. So that's it. Is there I need something that has a bit more pickup. Liked from radio. Or was that one that I really liked? Or liked songs? This is a nice one, but too slow. Alright, let's see what this Japanese guy. Okay, well, let me look up these people. Pixie, or is it Pixie? And Amy C3. Oh, that sounds pretty straightforward. Okay, I know I looked at her site. Is she on? No. I've seen her at different round tables, so she's been around. And then she's 19 years old. Oh, no wonder. There's no Discord. Oh wait, there is a Discord. Okay, I know. Friends. Okay, that's private. Oh man, it's so hard. Man. Do you guys know how to message someone on Discord? Like a message, message the server owner on Discord? Because I can't find a button. I'm just like, okay. Okay, so here's her thingamajig. How do I just be like, hey, experimental streaming schedule. Whoa. Experimental. That's me every day. I'm just like, I'll stream whenever I can. So, cutie tip, sometimes you have to, people are not perfect, and sometimes you have to work with people that, you disagree with, and that's okay. As long as you're not like a mass murderer or something, then it's not okay, but Pixies politics. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna be like, hey, I don't have permission. Can I? I mean, I could like leave a message in here and just hope that she sees it, but isn't there a better way? Is that? No. Hmm. I don't know. Not transfer. I just want to contact him. Man, why is it? Okay, so they're not in here. Okay, so she's just right here. For yeah, that was good. There we go. Okay, so that's private, I think. So close that out. So then the other one was Amy. Amy C3, I think I clicked on, yeah. I guess that's the thing, huh? Discord is like it's like the... She doesn't have a Discord. I guess I'll have to contact her on Twitter. Oh no, just a Bernie person. Alright, let me see what I can do with this. Okay, get along with people who I don't agree, but I can't be the person they want to like. Yeah. That's, I mean, that's true for anything, you know? You don't want to... I don't know. You don't want to become... You don't want to get into like, any kind of relationship. I'm not just talking about romantic, but any kind of... Where it's like, you feel like you need to pretend to be someone else just to get along with people, you know? You probably don't want that. Okay, Amy, I have to be careful with because if she's involved with housing things in LA, and she's also a Bernie supporter, that could be a problem. Probably not. You know, there's a ton of people in LA, but have to be a little bit more careful with her. She might know someone I know, and then that could be like a, you know, Alright, who else is next? Mind Stream. Okay, so I'm already in here. Mind Waves. Is this a different person from the... Oh, man, I gotta tag all these people too. Shit. Yeah, I forgot to do that. I gotta do that right now. There it is. Okay, here we go. Leon. Cyphers. Dyslexic. Is it dyslexic gamer or is it really spelled like that? I don't know. Okay, yeah, whatever. MG2EK, Mr. G2AK, Nate Swid, SBTV _ Nate reminds me of one of my friends that. MX Vivian Wolf Mark Brento Box Synth. Well, that's not. Mind Waves TV Puff. Man, feels like I have more room. Maybe they figured out. Maybe this tool here figured out how you can add more keywords, so you can have an unfair advantage. All right, there we go. So I didn't even have to delete anything. Good. Leon Suffers #1. Wait, why is that #1? Okay, whatever. Hello. Hey, Freshly, is that how you pronounce that? Okay, so that should be good to go. I need to make a video, man. What am I going to talk about? I could make that really crazy idea. Freshly? Okay, got it. So I'm just fooling around right now, but what brings you here? If you want to talk about it. If not, it's okay. You can just hang out. Okay, so let me see. A Japan-America map. Okay. I just need a generic map image map, which is also copyright free. Where is it? I just want a map with America and Japan focused in. How about reuse with modification? Come on, just give me a fucking map. So Andy Yang was wondering why I support him. Well, you went to Mark Channel, ignore me, and follow. Well, he probably has a lot of viewers, right? That's what I'm a little bit worried about. You know, if my channel ever grows to the point where it's just like I can't keep track with chat anymore, there's gonna be some people who are get sad about that, you know. And especially like my early viewers. But in a nutshell, you know, I'm here to, you know, I support Andrew Yang mostly because I do housing and I do think Yang will do his best to solve the housing crisis that we're going through right now. Because he talks about NIMBYs, you know? NIMBYs are the problem. And he doesn't beat around the bush. You know, he just says, yeah, NIMBYs are the problem. All the other candidates, they sort of like, you know, they dance around the issue because they don't want to offend their wealthy donor base. So, including Bernie Sanders, you know. Bernie Sanders has endorsed a lot of NIMBYs, and it's a little hard for me to support him at this point. But, you know, I don't want to get into an argument. So, but that's that. My channel grows, I'm not going to be around. Got no mutual interest center. Yeah, no, that's true. like honestly, I'm not sure, you know, I'm not even sure why you're here. Sometimes. Trump 2020 for you. Alright, fair enough. But don't worry, you know, until then, is my channel going to grow? I don't know. Just wondering. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're pretty open to having, like, people from the right in this channel, so... there's actually a lot of conservatives who come into my stream because they're like, wow, you're a lefty, but you don't yell at me every time I open my mouth. Thank you. I'm like, sure. Is that a problem here? And like, apparently it is. So I want to like, so I've been doing like round tables now. I want to try to check out the there's some debate events happening on Twitch where they actually invite people on the right and the left. So I think I want to see that. Just so you know, so I'm gonna make this crazy. It's a joke, okay? The joke. I'm gonna create a millennial. Man, what's the word for it? What do you call it when you round up a bunch of people you don't want in your country and then you just ship them off? Expulsion, export. You only hear because they like all things Japanese. Okay, well, I guess. You know that Andrew Yang is Chinese, right? Oh, he's Taiwanese. You gotta be careful, you know. Make sure you are totally... Okay, trying to be more zen. Okay, I got it. So, one way to be more zen is export. Millennial export program. Oh man, this is gonna be funny. Okay. It's gonna be funny, but I have to use the bathroom. So I can focus. So I'll be right back. You can be trashy, but as long as you talk the walk, I like to be around that. Okay. Appreciate you saying that. Yeah, not everybody is into... Video feed is dead, is it?
Fucking, like, socialist as shit, so I would...
Like, these people have put their shit together and they've...
First, they had the highly developed...
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, whatever. Okay. So... let's see. Alright, this is gonna be kind of a big deal, like a big project, so... Oh man, what is Tulsi up to? I don't know. I have no idea what the hell she is up to. I think that's why people are afraid of her. They're like, "Where's Tulsi? Where did she go? What is she doing? Is she in my closet? You know? Is she going in my closet right now? Okay, no. Whew, okay. Millennial. Okay, see, this time I'm not gonna make the same mistake. This time I'm gonna put like, this is satire. Okay, let's not be too... Let's not get emotional about it, you know, like the millennials, so... There. So nobody can accuse me of losing it for Angie Yang, you know. How do I add new slide? There we go. Oh man, this is gonna take forever. Oh man, ugh. This is gonna take forever. Problem. Step 1. The problem. Too many millennials. Rotten teeth. Oh, that's fun. That sucks. He probably can't afford to fix his teeth, huh? Hey, well, no, I go back up here. Okay. Boomers. Boomers and millennials don't get along. Yeah. C. Okay, boomer. Entitled children. There you go. See, that it's just, let's make this a little smaller. Not enough housing. Degree, educational degree, what do you call it? It's when you have too many degrees. Degree inflation, is that the word? Oh yeah, it is called. Yeah, degree. Yeah. I don't think yeah, don't. It's kind of funny because this is happening already. You know, this is happening anyway. It's just that we don't have a specific program that focuses on it like this. Not enough housing. Okay, this should be in the first. Well, that just. Okay, I don't know. This wasn't what I was thinking. Make it simple. Oh. Hey, bleh. I always misspell this. Yeah. No, don't do it. Don't do it. People don't change. Don't do it. Yeah, move on. It's tough. Took me a while to move on from my ex as well, you know? Like, man, if I think about it, it took me like 3 years to move on from her, but, you know, it's not like I was talking to her all the time, but should have done it sooner. Should have done it sooner, man. I was just like, yeah. Oh, man, but what if she messages me, you know? Oh, man, would I talk to her again? I don't know. Well, it depends. Anyway, stop, we talked about this before. Don't give him mind share, okay? don't allow him to exist in your mind. Because he's not paying his rent, you know? You gotta evict that guy from your mind. Sorry, there's no rent control of the mind, you know, I'm sorry. It's your mind, you should be able to do whatever you want with it, you know? Your mind is private property. Oh man, this is a lot harder than I thought it'd be. Oh god, I thought it'd be a quick, fun video, but it's turning into work. Step 2, step 3, the end. Wait, the end of everything? Corvo, see, you weren't here when I came up with my brilliant plan to solve all problems. So, here's the deal, okay? Millennials and boomers, they do not like each other. You know, you notice that? You notice that? So here's the thing. We're gonna ship off all the millennials to Japan or China, because right now, look at it, they need people. You know, they need young people, because like they're like, hey, we don't want young people, and look what happened. Now they have a labor shortage. It's kind of funny. Oh man, I'm glad to see like short-sighted politics is, you know, it's everywhere. It's what keeps us united, you know, like it's the same everywhere in the world. Short-sighted just nuke the millennials. Wow, that's a hardline boomer stance you just took there. I don't know about that. Nuke the millennials party. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can endorse that. You know, maybe if you get good celebrity endorsements, I might consider it. But don't worry, I'm a professional. Okay, I don't know what that means, but okay. Step 2, the solution. Ship off all the millennials to Asia. That's it. Step 3, the benefits. Never have to see their kids complain ever again. They can't. Well, I think I gotta be more specific with this thing. If everyone needs to die, it's the old people. Yeah, that's I don't know. Oh man, I know the feeling sometimes, but you know, you're gonna get old too, so I'm hoping I'm hoping that, you know, when the Gen X people get old, you know, they'll be more sympathetic. Young people will be more sympathetic to us because we're not being selfish dicks, you know. Yeah, I would get out of my way too. Actually, Yang tweeted out that a long time ago. I remember. And oops, I completely forgot that I premiered my video. I should have been monitoring it. Oh fuck. Oh god. It's still premiering. Maybe I didn't miss it.
I'll try to find it.
Housing and housing action.
Yeah, pretty well. There's a homeowners association.
Yeah, okay. Oh, good. I almost forgot. Yeah, but actually Yang tweeted out that a long time ago, but he was like, you know, when I get old, it was something like, Andrew was like, you know, when I get old, my goal is to know when to get out of the way, or something like that, you know, it was something like that. I'm like, yeah, you're right. That's my goal too. You know, if I'm becoming a burden, I would like to pass it on to someone else, you know? And that's the problem with the boomers, man. They don't know when to stop. Like, they have this weird work ethic, right? They think they're like working hard, and because they were taught that they have to work their asses off, right? But then so that's why they keep on working, and then even when they're not doing a good job, it's just like, So, I think someone, you know, I want to be more aware than that, because that leads to a lot of bitterness, you know. That's the whole thing. It's kind of sad, actually, right? There's a meme that called "Okay Boomer" and dismissing an entire generation, right? That's a little sad, yeah. Yeah, see, like, you're right about that too, right? They, objectively speaking, right, they did contribute more to the society, but there's a point where you're doing more harm than good, right? Like if you haven't really been keeping up with what's going on, and you're just making bad decisions from the top, yeah, it's time for new blood, you know. And you know, even a lot of old people agree with that, right? Like man, I'm the same age as Biden, but I don't want him to become president. I'd be scared. I wouldn't be president, you know. I'm like, okay, well, thanks for being honest, you know. Yeah, it's greed, it's money, it's power, right? I think they started off as a work ethic thing, but I think now it's morphed into this really ugly thing, and they don't realize it, you know. Like a lot of boomers, they just don't realize what they're doing, and I don't know. It's really icky, really. Okay, okay, the premiere is wrapping up, so. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. If you look at the boomers, right? With the people who have like pensions and all the nice stuff, they have a lot of money. You know? It was like, at least we have money or something like this. We have the money. Was it we have the money? Boomers. I don't know. They caught some boomer saying that. Well, at least we have the money, and the millennials are like, they're like, what the hell? You took it from us, you know? Same thing will happen for the. Yeah, you're probably right. Things don't really change, you know. I don't know. I'm around a lot of tech people who think they're like reconfiguring the world, but stuff like that doesn't change that much. Okay, anyway, let's get back to more generational warfare, okay? So... There we go. Yeah, just to be clear, this is satire, okay? Yeah, I'm gonna make it red. And I'm gonna make it a bigger font. Yeah, that's a little too big. There. Okay, God. Does Korea have a labor shortage? I don't think so. We could check. Oh wait, look! Oh man, it's true. Even Korea. Man! Damn. Wow. Okay, good. I mean, not good, but... Okay, so, see? I can just change this to East Asia now. I don't know how to spell millennials, I'll just let... That's why we need automation, less people, and less work. More resources for us. Well, we already have automation, and... The problem is, you know, Yang talks about this all the time, we're not getting the benefits. We're not getting benefits from the automation, and so everybody's pissed off. Very trendy. I like anime. Anime is cool and real in Japan. In Asia, I'll just pick Asia, I'll generalize. I don't even need cool, just be... What else? What else? What did people like about Asia? Oh yeah, oh, public transit. Anime is real in Asia. Okay, I know what. So it's public transit. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. C and J-pop. Yeah, Chinese. You know, China pop. J-pop is Japan pop. You like Black Desert? Oh, okay, that's a little bit too specific. So I'm gonna really like sell this as if it is a pitch. Yeah, I could get really dark with this, like, you know, I'm like, hey, free labor. A new underclass of people who you can exploit for their labor. Okay, I'm gonna just put that. See? Everybody wins. What about Nightcore genre? I have no idea what that is. I'm not cool enough. I'm not cool enough to follow all those things. Like, J-pop used to be very, very popular, I think, in the 2000s. And then for a brief period, people were really into C-pop, which is like, you know, Chinese pop music. I don't even remember. You can look it up, but right now, K-pop is the hot thing, right? Like, so. Is there a way to put a strike? Strike. Highlight. Text. Where is that? Text color. Format. No. Ah, no. What did I click on? I used to buy $20 shoes for everything. And they were very shitty shoes, I'll admit. Then I bought a sneakers that was like 80 bucks. And I'm like, wow. My feet don't hurt when I walk around, that's cool. Now, that's all I wear now. I'm gonna use it up eventually. It's gonna eventually fall apart, but you know, it might be good. Like it's not. I don't think it's worth paying for like the $100 shoe. I don't know. It's just, like women buy shoes for fashion, right? But okay. Anyway, see, we have nothing in common. I don't even know why you talk to me sometimes. I am robot and proud. Okay, got it. See? I need a strike. How do you like I don't is there more ways to get more? Where's the strike? I know what, I'll just draw a line over it. That's better. Okay. Okay, and then now I'm just gonna put in the picture. Cheap crap and oppressive government. When I think of fancy electronic cool culture, when I think, yeah, see, that's all propaganda, Sebastian. So, yeah. Japan has upped their propaganda game. That's why we have good feelings about them. You know, they, you know, like I'm not kidding either. They opened they opened a Japan house in LA, and it's right in the middle of Hollywood, like the most expensive place. And I went to a couple events there. I'm like, hey, so what is this thing? It's like a Japan house. You talk about Japan things, and it's run by the Minister of Culture Affairs. And so I was like, what's all these serious-looking people in suits hanging around this anime fest? You know? That's the shit that we gotta get better at. China needs to get better at that too, but they have been, you know? And I think we're doing it worse now. You know, we're making a fool of. Look who's our president. Do you think that looks good to other countries? I don't think so. It makes it looks like foolish, you know? Man, Jesus Christ. But we're just kind of in this period where nobody gives a shit, you know? Yeah, friends from Okinawa. Oh, okay. Yeah, we gotta be careful with the China stuff because there's a lot of propaganda flowing around. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that the United States sees China as a threat and they wanna, they don't wanna lose their number one spot, right? But I think we're already kind of slipping. What was I looking for? I was looking for the map. Yeah, there we go. Oh man, this is gonna be easy. Hey, Wago. Is an iOS developer hate all the— oh man, yeah, I mean, China is not— they're not exactly angels either. I get it. Yeah, I hear ya, man. No, they have done that. They have stolen shit, you know, from us, so. Okay, let's look. I'm a little scared, but let's look what happens if I put millennial. Let's put millennials. I always misspell it, but let's just go to images. And what does that pull up? So that's what a millennial looks like, huh? What am I chatting about? Well, see? Wago, see, I came up with this brilliant plan of how to solve everyone's problems in the world. So I'm about to make a video about that, but... so here it is, okay? So... let me practice. This would be good practice for my pitch. Okay? So... hey, hello everyone, this is Ryan from the MB Arts Project. So, today we're gonna come up with a program that I came up with just today. And it came out as a result of, you know, sort of like noticing that we have problems, you know, there are problems in society and we gotta do something about it. So, also this is a satire, because like, you know, I won't get into it, but I got in trouble for talking about certain things. But okay, so... step one, I tried to make it very simple. Boomers and millennials don't like each other, you know? And those of us who considers ourselves to be Gen X, or, you know, even the Gen Z, Zoomer, or whatever, we're like, oh man, I don't like that too, you know? So it's just like lots of bad blood floating around. And a lot of it has to do with, you know, oh man, like, you know, housing and education and healthcare is kind of like getting out of control. And then the millennials are all like, oh man, you know, I hate having to choose between health insurance and rent, you know? And the boomers are like, you know, stop being so entitled. But, okay, you know, this is a very complicated subject and very emotional, but... in Asia, there's actually labor shortages, right? There's tons of labor, like if you look at China, their one-child policy is backfiring because, you know, if you tell people to stop having babies, you know what happens? There's not enough young people. Like, could have seen that coming, maybe, I don't know, but funny thing enough, even Japan and Korea are facing labor shortages right now. I won't get into reasons why, but it's there. You can look it up. So the solution, we'll just see, you know, ship off all the millennials to Asia. Seems to make sense. You know, Asia needs people, and America hates people. So we send the, you know, just so we send people off to Asia. See, everybody wins. Here's the benefits. Boomers have never have to talk to the millennials, you know, even and their kids ever again, because they don't see them that often anyway, because you know they price them out of like the suburbs at this point. So most millennial kids, you know, literally can't visit their family anymore, you know, but it doesn't go far enough, you know. I'm just like, and when they do visit, they're very, very cranky and, you know, depressing, so you don't want to deal with that, right? So let's just send them off to Asia. Then millennials, they love all this trendy shit, you know, and anime is real in Asia. So is public transit, you know. Like, talk to a lot of millennials, especially in California. They're like, man, I love the bus, I love the train. I'm like, okay, well, we should go to Asia then, because they have lots of that. You know, sometimes the government, you know, has to tell some people that to get out of the way to make that train. But you know, I think that's a worthy trade-off. So, and then Asia gets all these people who are willing to work, you know, basically for a very low wage, and they can exploit the. Sorry, it's cultural diversity. So here's the plan, and I gotta fill this in. But yeah, that's the gist of it, you know. Yeah, I forgot to mention this point. Okay, so needs a little bit more refinement, but I'm gonna make a video about this. All right, so I need. I need a picture of a millennial. I think that's a different thing. Millennial. Slacker, it's spelled incorrectly, but whatever. And then should I use a picture of Nancy Pelosi as a picture of the boomer, because she's like the perfect. Oh yeah, I think it'll do. I think it'll work. Man, she's scary, man. Look, see, like, it's like, where is her soul? You know, every picture I see of her is like, where did your soul go? I don't know. It creeps me out. So anyway. Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi, well, Nancy is a NIMBY, so... Okay, and then I just need a little line that crossing this out. Okay, there we go. Let me change this. This is not... I like this piece, but... That jazz... Explicit. Okay. Oh, no, I know this one. Radio... I mean, the radio sounds all the same now, man. I thought, you know, the internet was supposed to be about expanding your palette, you know. You really listened to that song I sent you, Immaculate Saturation? I think. I mean, I could listen to it now. No. It's not here. Yeah. Maybe not. I don't know, man. I'm sorry, I don't remember. I mean, I've listened to a lot of music, and I haven't been paying attention to the titles. Let's make it a little thicker. And then I need some arrows, and I'll just be like, hey. There's a line, and where's the color? Okay, Wago Howard. Okay, I'll check it out. Talks about NIMBY in Oakland. Ugh. NIMBYs are everywhere, man, and it's not good. It's no good. Ah, no. Okay, where's the color? Where's the color? Like, seriously, where's the color? The color used to be there. What, is this it? Okay, there we go. There we go. Dig your piano. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I haven't made one in a while. Mostly because my thing is broken. But, oh well. I have my Waltzer back there, but... Okay, there should be a political roundtable thing again tonight, so I'm gonna try to hop in. I don't know. I'm a little tired, but maybe I could stay for a little while. If they let me talk, I might go on, but you gotta network more, you know? Okay, so then now we add in a picture of the millennial. See, this is the best PowerPoint I have ever made because it gets straight to the point. And everybody's happy. Whoa, that's huge. There you go. Alright, here we go. Wait, no, I don't want an SVG. I just want just a regular whole thing. Okay, administrative map. Okay, that sounds official. Okay, no, you go in the background, Just go back. Make it go back. No, just make it go back. Can I move this to the front? Order, bearing to font, there you go. Then, okay, well, let's shrink this a little bit. Text. Shit. Why is it upside down? What did I do? That was weird. Somewhere around here, you know. Detailed plan. So let's see if I can do a trial run. Maybe I can get it, nail it in the one in the first time. Yeah, I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alrighty, do we need royalty-free jazz music for this though? That's the question. Wow, is this new? Not quite the same as... Is this like the... Yeah, it's different. There we go. I think this is a better... This is more... Was that George Benson? I don't think so. I think it's original. Otherwise, if it's someone you recognize, it's probably, it's probably, copyrighted. They are extremely strict. I learned that the hard way, man. I need a picture of Nancy Pelosi. Ugh, that's too big. Ugh. Ugh. And I need another picture of a millennial. Oops. How about lazy millennials, huh? Let's pick the worst. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's terrible spinning. Oh my god, this was bad, man. Oh, fuck. All right. Me. I think this is fair to both sides. Nancy Pelosi versus me. So fair. It's so fair. Okay. Okay, so Mind Waves is on TV. I mean, on Twitch. So maybe I should check that out in a sec. But I gotta make a video. I gotta make at least one video a day. Otherwise, everything falls apart. So do I need the music? I probably should. Just lighten up. Bear, you got a huge booty. Well, some people like huge booties, you know. No, I'm not gonna comment on that. All right, so here, you know, I gotta make some serious content here. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the Yimby Arts Project. So, just to be clear, this is a satire. I got a little bit in trouble for not making this clear enough. But this is a joke video, and please, I know it's, you know, crunch time, everybody's stressed out, but lighten up a little, you know, seriously. But, speaking of serious, okay, so I've been talking a little bit with some of my viewers here on Twitch and YouTube, and, you know, it turns out that we have problems in society. Wow, did you know that? Did you know that society is not perfect? So I've been talking about what the problems are and what can we do about it. So this is a sort of an effort on my part to try to come up with a solution to some of the bigger problems that we have today. So this is called the Millennial Cultural Exports Program. And it's a sort of a pilot, you know, this is the first draft of it. So I should actually put in the date right here, you know. Okay, and note, this is satire. Today's date is January 18th. No, January 28th. So we all can have a timestamp of where this brilliant plan was hatched, okay? So here's the problem, okay? You might just notice that if you're on the internet or in real life or on the bus or, you know, in a city council meeting, you'll notice that millennials and boomers haven't been getting along recently, you know? You can look up the OK Boomer and the entitled children thing, you know, like this, you know, they publish stuff like this all the time, and the young people get real mad, but you know, right now, if you look at it, you know, we don't have enough housing, and like education isn't really what it used to be, and then the healthcare costs are going way up, And then the millennials are just like, man, I don't like having to choose between rent and health insurance. That's hard. And then the boomers are like, hey, suck it up. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Stop complaining. Stop being so entitled. So this is a tough problem. It's a very complicated thing that touches on a lot of things. And oh man, I've been, they talk about housing stuff a lot on this channel, and a lot of it is very, very tough to talk about. It's very emotional and very complicated. But let's take a step back, Let's look at what's happening in East Asia, right? This includes Japan, China, and Korea. Actually, all the countries now are facing or are about to face labor shortages there. Japan, they've been in their population has been in decline for a while. There's different theories about why, but I won't really get into that. China, their one-child policy has been starting to backfire because now it's like, well, you severely limit the amount of people you're allowed to have, and then it's like, wait, where'd all the young people go? Oh, remember we made them stop having babies, And so now there's going to be a weird labor shortage in China that is coming up, and that'll be kind of interesting to watch. Who could have seen that coming? I don't know, but anyway, and then in Korea, they're also facing a labor shortage as well. Korea labor shortage. And it's actually going to come soon. There's lots of different ideas about that. So America hates people. Asia needs people. So my brilliant solution was ship all the millennials off to Asia. And then just kind of drop them somewhere around here. They're smart. They'll figure it out. They'll either go here, here, or here. And any of them was good. I hope they don't like accidentally go into North Korea, but that's the price you pay for doing the right thing. So the benefits here, right? The boomers never have to talk to another millennial ever again, and they've been trying to price them out of the suburbs for a while now. And it's been working pretty well, a lot of the boomers, they never see their children because they can't afford to live near them, So, I mean, but you might as well take it all. And when they do see them, they're like all cranky and depressed, and that's just an unpleasant experience. So maybe we should just move them off here. Maybe they'll be happier that way, And then the millennials, the good thing is that they're already attuned to a lot of the cultural stuff that's been going on over there. They like K-pop. K-pop is really huge right now, but J-pop and C-pop's pretty popular too, and anime is real in Asia, especially Japan. If you've been there recently, you'll see all anime characters shooting fireballs, just on the street. That's normal. And then also, what's normal in Asia? Public transit, and millennials love that shit, man. They like taking the bus. I don't get it, man, but that's what it is. And on the Asia side, it's great for them because you have a new cultural diversity. And, yeah. So it's kind of this is already happening on some level because I was in Japan earlier this year, and I've noticed, white people and black people and, even some Latinos, actually working in a Japanese company. That was unheard of prior to that. 10 years ago that would have been unheard of. But so things are changing, and then I think the cultural diversity is good. Also the cheap labor. But okay, so here's the plan. Okay, this is so detailed plan, but I tried to make it as simple as possible. Yeah, this map looks a little old, but it gets the general idea. Okay, so say you have a millennial living in California, and then the nice government man can be like, hey, don't you want to travel the world, travel to Europe? Don't you want to be more enlightened? And don't you want to think your friends are all cool, that you went to, you're so culturally aware, And then so you give them some money, and then you give them a little itinerary, right? And then they're like, okay, we're gonna send you off, and this is all paid for now by taxpayer money. But I do, and it's gonna be a challenge, convincing the taxpayers that this is necessary. But I do think if you see the benefits, and I do think I can convince some of the boomers to support this kind of things. Worst things have happened, And so first we'll send it off to Canada because you want to get their feet wet, right? You don't want to make them go too crazy, right? And so they're going to be up here, and then they're going to learn about a healthcare system that actually works, and then they're going to go across, and then kind of like across the border of Canada, and then I'm sure I don't know what is Canadian food. I don't know. Well, I'll look it up later. Sorry. Okay, the arrow is pointing the wrong way here if you look very closely, but don't mind that. We're going against the grain, and we're gonna go all the way here, and then we're gonna skip over to England. Okay, England is like sort of, they still speak English there, so they're not too weirded out, but they're also different. If you talk to an English person, wow, they sound real smart, but their politics isn't very good if you've been paying attention recently, So they sound smart, but so I think there's a lot America and England could like bond over and then get a little bit more open perspective there. Okay, so this kind of goes back this way, and so you'll go across France, right? And this is where you learn, like, France is very, very, very progressive, and then this is where you kind of learn that stuff is kind of overrated when you like actually decide to live there, because a lot of French people are like super depressed, and they're like, man, I have all my needs taken care of, I get health care, I get a nice stipend from the government for doing nothing, and well, I'm so sad, okay, but so that'll be a good kind of wake up call. Here they're going to go across the sea and across the Middle East a little bit, but you don't want to just hang out here. Oh man, this is where all the terrorists live, so let's just skip on over. We don't want the millennials hanging around here, but we don't want to like throw them in danger, right? So they're going to go out here, and eventually they're going to end up in Japan or China or somewhere around here. And what they're not going to notice is that at the end of their itinerary, there is no return flight ticket to the United States. They're going to basically end up here, and it is all going to be paid for by taxpayer money, and they're going to end up in Asia, and then they're going to realize, where's the ticket to flying back? And that's when it's like, oh, well, you're off on your own, And then, okay, so here's the political part. China, Japan, Korea, or wherever they decide to settle, they're probably going to complain about it. Like, hey, like, why is there all these, like, millennials just, like, showing up on our doorstep? They're refugees, basically. And then the thing is, like, the boomers really need to be like, well, or anyone left in here, they need to be like, hey, well, that's just how millennials are, they went on this trip and they were being irresponsible, and they basically ran out of money, and then I'm sorry, but you know how kids are, ha ha ha. So that's the plan. You see, I have all the basics covered. I got the political narrative down, I got how we're going to fund it, right? And here's the plan. And the thing is, the great thing is that this solves everyone's problems, Okay, generational warfare. Wow, problem solved. So there you go. So if you have any more questions, please visit millennialculturalexportsprogram.org, and please donate lots and lots of money to make this program a reality. So thank you very much, and see you in the next video. This is satire, okay, again. Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't know how that went, but I feel like I rambled on for a while, but There's a lot of music too.
If you guys don't know, we're going to be talking about the Democratic primary, bunch of stuff under there. Climate change, bunch of stuff under here. Capitalism versus socialism, or the rise of socialism in the United States. AOC making some statements on like we don't have a left party in the U.S. or some shit. We're gonna touch on the gun rally. We're gonna touch on Space Force. We're gonna be touching on the impeachment shit. The impeachment topic's probably the one I'm least excited about, but I know that there's a lot of people on the show that are gonna want to talk about it. I don't follow it too closely, so I don't know too much on the impeachment shit specifically, so we'll see how that topic goes. We might touch on the Puerto Rico situation as well, so.
I think I'm just gonna watch today.
Are those Trekkie? What the fuck? Whose channel is that from? Channel A Trey? Nice. There we go. Hell yeah. When's the next React Wave stream? The next React Wave stream will probably be most likely Thursday. That's how that stream's gonna start off, I think. We'll probably do on Thursdays, like, all right, so Mondays and Thursdays, what we'll probably end up doing is we're probably gonna start those streams off with like a few hours of React content and shit like that, and then when I run out of shit to react to, I think we're gonna switch over to like Witcher for the rest of the stream or whatever. So that's usually how the Monday and Thursday streams should go. But yeah, we'll see. Apparently Dan might be late, so we'll see about that.
Oh, I know why this happened.
All right, cool. Let's see.
Let's see. I mean, it should be working. Should be still working.
Every day though.
Yeah.
Mental health issues, right? And it's completely understandable that people who don't have those issues are going to see the kind of
panel
behavior.
tonight. Yeah. So on the guest list tonight we have it's Bassier, Dylan Burns, Harkdan, I'm Really Important, Lecture Fan, Sushi, and Touring News. So should be fun. Let's see.
I'll just say hi.
But yeah, the podcast should be getting started here in the next about 20 minutes or so. And Destiny will probably make a guest appearance in the middle of it if someone makes a dumb take. No, fuck that. I tried to get him on the podcast, and he just like he just like refused to like answer my DM. So fuck him. We'll get him on the next one. All right. Hey, Yimby, it's good to see you. Nice chatting yesterday. I'm just gonna hang out today and check out the convo. Hey, appreciate it. Appreciate it. Just talk shit about his league. Feels bad, dude. Feels bad. League really does ruin lives, doesn't it? Are you from Santa Cruz? No, I'm not. At this point, I'd be surprised if he knew what the articles in P. Shit. I always love going to Destiny subreddit and like watching all the posts of people complain about how he doesn't really do that much political content anymore. There was one that was posted on the subreddit. It was like it was basically saying how like how Destiny basically like became like the most popular like political streamer on the platform, just to hand it over to lefties to like give their dumb fuck takes, which I thought was pretty funny.
Oh, huh? Yeah, we all agree on that. Yeah, you know what else is great? Immigration. We're all for that, right? Okay. What do we do today? Let's see. Hey, we've got a conservative in the chat. Oh, we've got one conservative in the chat. Let's destroy him. Right? I mean, that's basically what I think we'd end up with. So I'm glad we've got a lot of different people here. Cat with a Knife 93 says, wasn't the Ukraine considering the EU? Whatever happened with that? Well, it was dismembered by Russia, and its dreams of NATO membership have been put on ice for the foreseeable future. Well, I shouldn't say its dreams, since it was a contentious topic, although there were a lot of them considering it. Anyway, so let's see. Okay, Horizon Chillwave right here. Tarot says, destroy all conservatives. Silver Nigo says, no conservatives would be good world, TBH. I don't think so. I'd much rather have the conservatives as a long-term rival to, authoritarian socialists. But I guess it depends. Depends on how conservative we're talking. Okay.
Hey, we have similar tastes in music.
Okay, so the topics tonight include the Democratic primary, climate change, capitalism v. socialism. Let's see. Harris poll conducted for Axios on HBO revealed that 4 in 10 Americans. Let's see. Oh, I went the wrong way.
I mean, I could definitely understand doing politics so long on this platform, feeling like you get burnt from a bunch of other people all the time. I mean, I've been there. It's not very fun, right? I don't know. I could definitely see being a bit jaded. Not to say he is, but like, I would be if I was in his position, you know? I don't know. I want to fight Mike and Lucid. They got my blood up and I'm gonna... Really? I really don't understand Lucid Fox, if I'm being completely honest. Just like as a dude, like I just don't understand him. I feel like I have a lot more respect for Mike than I do Lucid Fox, cause like I don't know. At least Mike like can make like intelligent like fucking like I don't know. He's like somewhat informed and like. I don't know. Lucid Fox has nothing. What does he do? I feel like Lucid Fox is like literally just the yes man of the left side of Twitch. Right? That's all he does. He just sits there and like...
You don't remember seeing that guy? Well, he was in the corner being kind of quiet. Like, really, like, honestly, like, Vivian was... Vivian was speaking the whole time.
I think this is fair.
She was speaking like 70% of the time, and yeah. I wish there was a little bit more moderation, you know?
Twitch, and their one-child policy has been starting to backfire here.
Yeah, somewhere around here.
So fair. It's so fair. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. This is Ryan from the Indie Arts Project. So, just to be clear, this is a satire. I got a little bit in trouble for not making this clear enough. But this is a joke video, and please, I know it's, you know, crunch time, everybody's stressed out, but lighten up a little, you know, seriously. But, speaking of serious, okay, so, I've been talking a little bit with some
Hey, QP.
here on Twitch and YouTube.
I actually followed through with the Millennial Exports program. So... I'm gonna be hanging out with the Mind Waves TV. I'm not gonna stay for the whole thing, but I just want to check out how he runs it. Yeah. Just got home. Hey, me too. Actually, I never left the home. I never. Oh, bad. Shoot, I should probably get out. Get out of the house. Tomorrow, there's a tabling event. I should go to that. See, I can see my calendar on stream. That's kind of weird, ain't it?
This solves everyone's problems, you know? Okay, generational warfare. Wow, problem solved. So, there you go. So, if you have any more questions, please visit millennialculturalexportsprogram.org and please donate lots and lots of money to make this program a reality. So thank you very much and see you in the next video. This is satire, okay, again. Okay, thank you.
Okay, there we go. See, 12 minutes. Now I have to put in bold face that this is satire now because people are so touchy. Eric Crenshaw event, which one? The one on March 1st? That one I'm definitely going. If there's another one that popped up, I don't know about it. How do you spell millennial? What am I doing wrong? Oh, millennial has 2 N's. Man, they're so entitled. What the hell? It's like 1 N isn't enough, so. This one does this have a... Oh yeah. Okay, boomer. Is there a hashtag that is derogatory towards millennials? Erica is the master canvasser of the Yang Gang. See? Oh, sorry. that came out of nowhere. So Erica, and she'll probably pop up in my feed because she's like super duper active, but there she is. Look at her.
So I'm at the freeway and I'm putting Andrew Yang signs wherever I can. I just like pull over and I just put the sign.
Wow, you're crazy.
Oh, I got a honk. That's so awesome. But I'm trying to get his name recognition up. And so I'm just like putting signs everywhere.
Yep, so that's Erica. She is awesome. And she is so positive. It's, you know, I'm trying to be more positive like her, but it's tough, man. Sometimes when they come in and they're like, why does the UBI not stack with disability benefits, even though it does, you know? So, she's a good role model in a lot of ways. Role model for positivity.
Do people still do 1 out of 10 scale? Because I'm a very happy 3 right now. Alright.
So I like
Wait,
this.
1 out of 10 out of what?
I like this because there's a little bit more
What
structure. They have topics that they talk about.
I'm more of a symphonic metal person, to be honest. New metal is kind of garbo. Alright, well, that's where you're just...
And so we'll see how it goes. Last one was a little bit too loose, you know. It was just like
I knew it.
it's just like people rambling for a really long time.
Left Lucid to defend himself in Bad Bunny controversy. That's fucking hilarious, dude. There were some parts. I hate to do this to people, but like there were some points on the
Okay.
Raj show with Lucid on there where you could see in his face he was like he was nervous. You could just see it on his face. I think like when he was doing his intro and the outro, it was both like super awkward, and I was like, oh wow, that's cringe. Oof.
Millennials for Andrew Yang, okay.
Why don't you pay me to come on? So butthurt, dude. Oh shit. All right.
Okay, well I guess millennials is
All
good
right, guys.
enough.
Hey, look, guys. We got a dope show for you guys tonight. All right, it's gonna be a good Big Brain podcast. It's been a while. It's been about, I think, what, 4 weeks, a month since we've had the last Big Brain podcast. So I'm pretty hyped for tonight. Hey, if you like my streams, if you like what we do here today, I just want to say you can help us get to our sub goal, you know, over here. Oh, I also just noticed I don't have my fucking border on, my my webcam border. What the fuck? Okay, anyways. Yeah. Drop a sub if you got that Twitch Prime. If not, that's cool. Just you hanging out is enough. But for everybody that's subbed, can we get some dank clouds in the chat?
Sunday
Any
at
dank
10
clouders in
a.m.
chat?
to do a story on why Jang over other candidates. Oh, well, I need confirmation that they're actually going to be there, though. I don't want to show up and be like, where's everyone?
Alright. Toss this up.
But okay, I'll keep that in mind, though. If I check Slack, I think I'll know whether or not it's actually happening.
Alright.
Let's see.
Sleep token is good, yeah. Hell yeah.
Los Angeles. One thing I also want to do is that I want to be closer friends with
Fuck, I think I forgot water.
with Yang Yang that lives in my area, you know? I actually get along with these people,
Thank you so
so
much for the tier 1. Appreciate it.
for better or worse,
Oh fuck.
they're my people.
Totally forgot water.
But I think that'd be easier after the campaign's over, right? Right now, everybody's just like,
Did he honestly tell him to pay him to come on? He can get fucked. What a fucking arrogant shitlord. Yeah. Just don't LinkedIn me. I'm not gonna lie. When I first started realizing that anytime anybody makes a PayPal donation to me, if you have your private, if you have your real life name linked to your PayPal, the person that you're sending the money to will see it. And when I first started realizing this, it made me feel uncomfortable because I was like, I don't really want to see the names of all my donors. That doesn't really. But yeah.
yeah, you're
Hey,
you're
Barrett,
you're
what's
kind
up?
of here just hanging out while you do your marketing stuff, right? That's
We
why
are,
you're here
just
so
waiting for
consistently, you know.
like 5 minutes, and then we're gonna start up the podcast. So, actually, hold on.
Like I say, you know, my stuff is like good. You know, I don't mind people using my content as background. Cause I make ambient music. I'm in a way that's like what I do. See, I'm implanting thoughts into your brain subliminally. You know, that's more powerful. Yeah, a lot of people are like, fuck, burn down the system, fuck, UBI, but implement UBI now, or everything's fucked, help. You know, they like overblow the drama here. You know, mine is more subtle. I'm just like, hey, hang out. Then you'll change your mind without realizing it. That's scary. It's creepy, I know, right? It's creepy, right? And it's just like, wow. It's like before I really liked Bernie, now I hate him now. Like, what happened? Yeah, right? I don't know, that wasn't very subtle though, honestly. I was yeah.
Alright. Awesome.
Oh yeah, Dave Chappelle is actually, isn't he like canvassing? That's crazy.
As a comedian, do you think the use of this stereotypes in a sense of humor way lessens the negative effects that it may have?
Potentially. I mean, this is a very broad and philosophical question that I'm not prepared to answer in this context. But potentially, yes. I wouldn't worry about those types of things. I think that people are combing through every statement nowadays to find fault in it. But whatever fault you find in any statement, you can't ignore the virtue or the purpose of what's behind it. And the virtue in this case is that he's literally trying to make life better for millions of people.
Ms. Yang, are you concerned that some
Oh shit, man. Dave Chappelle is so smart. Oh man. Damn. Dave Chappelle is such a badass, man. You never liked Bernie, okay. I still like Jill Stein. Okay, I don't know much about Jill Stein, honestly. But I don't know. At least from what I've heard, I haven't heard anything bad. You know, at least to me. Yeah. You like Ron Paul? Wow. Yeah, a lot of people like Ron Paul. You know, a lot of people actually liked Ron Paul. And it's a weird thing because they use that as a slander against like Yang. Actually, it's like, oh, Yang is just like Ron Paul. You know, like he can't win. Yeah, that's the implication, right? Yeah, I don't know. I like people who are progressive but aren't full of shit. That actually, you know, walks the walk. And if she's one of those progressives, I'm all for her. You know, but man, people who get too close to power, they lose it, man. They become part of the problem, but the narrative is still there. And then over time, they just become more and more full of shit. And like you need to like expunge that shit once in a while, right? It's like have them Elizabeth Warren hates Jill Stein. Probably because Jill Stein is probably like more she's probably less hypocritical than Warren is, right? Warren has to make all these compromises with people, probably just because of her job. And Jill Stein probably is, you know, a little bit more pure, and then she looks at Jill Stein. Okay, I'm just making this up. Don't quote me, but you know, I mean, she look at Jill Stein and be like, man, that could have been me, but I wanted nice things, so I compromised my ideals and became Elizabeth Warren. That makes me so angry. That's why I hate Jill. You know, I don't know. I'm psychoanalyzing. I'm psychoanalyzing Elizabeth Warren right now. I'm pretty sure she goes to therapy. Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Alright, so if I like the way that he runs it, I'll contact him and see if I can be on the next one. Oh yeah, Vivian's there too. Oh man. Part of the reason why I didn't want...
Alright, who else do I need?
Do you see AOC becoming the next Nancy Pelosi? Maybe in 40 years, I don't know. You know, a lot of people start off that way, you know? A lot of people start off like AOC and they're like, hey, I'm so progressive. And then you just start making, kind of
Michigan the best? Hey, hell yeah.
then you start making compromises, and then eventually your ideals become full of shit, and then you turn into Nancy Pelosi. You know, AOC is pretty contradictory already, you know, especially regarding the climate stuff.
Everybody, I think, right? And then
Because you cannot talk about climate change without talking about housing, and she avoids that, just like everyone else. You know, just like Bernie. I mean, I'm sure she wants to do the right thing, but she's not gonna, you know, she's not gonna jeopardize her political career just because it's the right thing to do, you know. So. Wow, this is fucked up, man. Ugh. Was this a guy that contacted me? No.
Alright, guys. Hey. Nice, y'all are rolling in. Sweet. Alright, so I'm gonna start the podcast. It's about that time. I'm gonna go ahead and go on my starting screen, as always, start up the call, and then when everybody's in the call, we're gonna get the actual show started, so.
Alright, I'm gonna cover up the chat a little bit. The chat should be on the left, shouldn't there? Okay, so I don't feel bad covering it up. Okay, yeah, it should show up. Yeah. Is she not already rich? What, really? Some people have expensive tastes. I remember this, and this had problems right from the beginning. I remember, yeah, there was a, I remember Padgett talking about it, like, making a coffee table book. So, either they, oh man, see, someone either fucked up, or, there's some, ulterior motives going on, you know? Am I joining in? Not tonight. No. It seems like this is a little bit more structured. So I just want to hop in a little bit. I'm probably not going to be here the whole time, but I just want to see how they how they talk about things. Leon's roundtable is really easy to just jump in and out, so I can do that anytime. This one, I probably need to contact him ahead of time, because I don't know him well enough. I only talked to him yesterday, right? So. But yesterday was good because it was like, okay, like the vast majority of people in that round table were Bernie supporters, but they were not hostile, you know. So I think we had a good discussion, and so I don't mind it. But we did not talk about the election, so maybe that was why, you know? Gotta be careful, man. Saw the copybook money. Yeah, well, that was the thing, right? It was just like this cool idea that they're trying to sell, and I don't know where the money was going, right? Sanders Bloomberg. Yeah, Sanders Bloomberg. Oh man, that's whew. Oh man, I want to see them. What if Michael Bloomberg said, "Hey, if you let me be your VP, I'll give you $100 million, Bernie Sanders." Yeah, well, what if he did that? What if he says yes? Oh man, I want to see his followers justify that. Oh man. And you know he would too, right? You know he would. He would take the money. He would take the money. Where the hell Leon from? Actually, I never asked it. He just got his PhD, right? But he never. I don't think he said where it was coming from. So. All right. Well, I made my one video. Yang, come on. Yep, see? Some people show their true colors when money gets involved, you know? So it's so... I don't know, man. See? Anyway, if some random person on the internet asks you for money and they're like, oh my god, you know, I need money to pay, like, feed my family and shit, you know, it's like, you don't want to be like, oh no, I'm not giving you money for your, you know, but, if it's some random internet person, don't trust it, okay? Might seem harsh, but, if their kids are really starving, then there are ways to get help in the real world about that, and you should just direct them to that. If they still keep on asking for money, say no. You know, just cut them off. It's unfortunate, but that happens. Whoa, like he's actually there in Iowa. I thought he was gonna do. I thought he was gonna go support him in South Carolina. Wow, he's already there. Damn, man. Return of Rush Hour. Oh, that's funny. That's actually kind of funny. Yeah. Rush Hour, the movie. You guys know about it? Yeah. I think it's Jackie Chan, right? I forget. Rush Hour for Yang. It's pretty cool that, you know. Pretty cool that Chappelle is actually doing the grunt work. Rush Hour is a good movie. It was. It's funny, you know, and it's a nice, light-hearted movie. I haven't watched it in a long time. They were paying. And then if they lose, they have lost a lot of money. That makes sense. I was like, man, how did Warren get so much, right? How did Warren, like, Warren people I know probably wouldn't, well, I don't know, the way it was like, okay, well, maybe it's because Warren people are professionals and they're at work and they have a lot of time to play the game. I don't know. Turns out they were just giving money directly for points. So... So they wasted a lot of money, and then now they're gonna lose even more money if they... Hopefully they're not gonna be like, well, I'm gonna throw it. That would look really bad if they, like, just threw in an influx of money and then suddenly jump to the top, you know? At some point, though, you know, at some point you're gonna have to be like, hey. Yeah, see, this looks a little bit more structured. So I think I'm gonna have to make sure I talk to him ahead of time. But hey, it's good exposure, man. 100 people.
I'm gonna support you if you win the nominations. We gotta get rid of Trump. But what are we gonna do about climate change? Now, you say you're against pipelines, but then you want to replace these gas lines. That's not gonna work. We can't. We gotta stop building and replacing pipelines. You gotta go vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much, sir. Guys, we're gonna have you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
What the hell, man? Dude, what the hell?
I'm not. Well, can I have a
Look,
you're asking a picture of me. Coming up.
Oh my god, that's so bad. Oh god, why? Oh man, yeah. Why? Oh man.
Tell me you don't support me. No. My plan. Yeah, you did. You said I said I would support you in the general. In the general. I'm looking for a primary.
We're happy to get a number. We can follow up.
That's what I'm looking for, okay?
Just because we're trying to get.
You believe that Bernie...
It's painful, man. I don't know. Sheesh. Alright, what's going on? I'm just clicking on links now. Oh yeah, Christo. I know Christo. We just hung up. Well, that sounds about right. You know, the Bernie people are really bitter now. I think they're really bitter about the Dave Chappelle and Donald Glover endorsement. You know, because the only thing they care about is being cool. And you can't get any cool than those two people, man. You know, they're the coolest of the cool, and we just took them. They're a...
Hold on 1 second, folks.
Oh, yeah, I saw this one. Bernie thread, okay.
Okay. Floor is yours. Well, thank you all for being here. It's not something I'm really accustomed to doing, but I think it's important, so I'm here to do it. And if you got any questions, or...
Dick, can you talk about how you learned about Andrew Yang, and then what about his message you liked, and why did you decide to get involved?
Okay, we should talk about this a little bit, actually.
Okay, first time I heard Andrew Yang, a friend of mine, I called a friend of mine after the first debates, one of the early debates, and said, I didn't see the debate. I said, who did you like? He said, I like the Chinese guy. I thought he was joking. And he told me about Andrew Yang. It was the first time I heard of him. Months later, when my special was coming out, Andrew posted something on Twitter saying, oh, I like Dave Chappelle, he's one of my favorite comedians. And a bunch of my friends told me about him. I'm like, oh, yeah, I heard of this guy. It just so happened that week, one of my neighbors had given me his book. I was on a flight, I read the book, couldn't believe what I read. So I had my wife reach out to his campaign. They vetted me, they called me back, and we ended up meeting in LA before he went to a debate in Long Beach.
Oh, that was going
We
on.
were supposed to meet for a few minutes, but we ended up connecting. We talked for quite some time, and I found him to be something that's real hard to be as a candidate. He was inspiring. His narrative and the courage it took for him to be like the first Asian American to make a real go of a presidential race, and I believed him. I was like, yo, this could happen, this could work, and I love this platform. What do I like about this platform? Okay, I don't know if you guys seen it. There's a movie called American Factory that my neighbors made. The people who made that film live close to me, and the factory that they speak about in the film is not far from my home. And it tells a real important story of what's happening in Dayton, Ohio. Dayton, Ohio has like a third of the people there living below the poverty line.
I saw clips of this earlier.
And say, what would you rather have, $12,000 a year or health insurance? Everyone's taking
Yeah, no, we should talk about this, actually. Okay, so I this weekend I did text banking training, you know. So I'm gonna try to do a few. Like I prefer talking to people in person, but I will try to do a little bit of text banking just because, you know, I can help out Iowa a little bit. But you know, when they train you to do these things, like including the so if you you know, you should phone bank or text bank if you want to help out the campaign. I got to do my part too, so I'm gonna do that this week. But they train you to say, okay, if you're another, if you're texting someone, and they tell you they are supporting another candidate, they usually instruct you to stop talking to them. So that's not that you know. You should probably not hang up on them. That's a little rude. But, you know, you can tell. You know, this is just a sign that the Bernie camp is, they're getting cranky. You know? They're like, okay, oh man, that's another Andrew Yang fuck. Okay, bye. Alright. And then a lot of these volunteers and staffers are being overworked. And so they're getting real stressed out and a little bit angry. So but just keep in mind that if you know, if you have identified some a caller or, you know, a text or whoever, like a potential voter, if you identify them as being part of another campaign, then they usually tell you to just hang up. Not hang up, but, you know, put in as, what was the word? Like not interested, or, you know, something like that. So, but who knows, right? They have, like, each campaign has like specific strategies, right? So if they are targeting Yang supporters and telling them to drop out or whatever, you know, that's their thing. You know, and they have canned responses, right? I know. It was interesting looking at the text banking, how it works, because, you know, that's just how it works. What happened, man? Why is it taking so long? Can I just not? Are they talking? I just can't hear them. No. Am I missing somehow? Am I missing something? What's going on? Well, I was.
Hey, let's try custom.
I am mostly looking at Bastion because he's supposed to be Yang Gang.
Baby Blue and Salmon. My favorite movies are Call Me by Your Name, Like Crazy, The Way Way Back. My favorite animals are dogs, pigs, and cows. My
Okay,
hair
so
is
they haven't
green,
started yet.
green,
Okay.
orange. I want the government to
Oh, wait,
burn
there it
to
is.
ground. Fiery rage.
There it
I
is.
have a chewing stem, and I write lists a lot. That's me.
I just wanted everyone to just kind of get who I was, like, as a person.
I like that.
You know what prompted that? I just said, "Hi guys, I'm here," and then you just went off into that.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page.
That's really good.
Dude,
That's
I
really
love
good,
that
actually.
intro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was great. Well,
You
well
promised to
delivered by
dodge my
Bastion.
government building, the one I'm working in.
Thank you, I
Promise to dodge that one.
Yeah, can't make any promises when it comes time to start burning stuff.
What's up and what?
All right, guys. Someone said, "If this is the Big Brain podcast."
Say, Spobal, you missed it, but I was in a roundtable yesterday with some of these folks. So I'm trying to get out of my bubble and network a little bit
okay,
more
so,
with the other
what's up? This is
Twitch
episode-
people, you
I
know.
don't know, what
And we had a
episode
good, pretty
is
good
this? I can't
discussion.
fucking
You know,
remember.
it
It's
wasn't,
been so fucking
it
long.
wasn't
It's been like a month, right?
bad, but
No, it's
but let's
I know.
see. I'm just
Alright,
just
so
checking
yeah,
it out
what's
today.
Up, guys? We're doing
you know.
it.
Dude, look at Dan's feet. Dan's feet are on stream. Everybody look at his feet.
Yeah, let's see. He doesn't believe
monetizing
in
that.
charity, but he says he's Christian. Oh, he's one of those folks.
Darius IRL,
Hey.
are you white knighting right now?
I like the fact
feels
that there's
weird.
right wingers here. You know, you need a balance.
Awkward. Okay. Well,
I was just worried,
with that
like
being said,
I was just worried that it was going to turn into like this, left wing, Bernie Fest versus me. You know, I that's what I didn't want. But I think they're a little bit better than that.
I didn't ask that, did I? Ask who's gonna go first?
Just,
Alright.
I just didn't want to get into that situation. You know, it's just
Love
like,
it.
ugh.
That's it.
Nice. That's based and red pilled as well. Hell yeah.
But kind of checking it out last night. It wasn't bad, so you
Speaking
know, I'll
of
do it
based,
again.
How about based yet? How about you go next?
Sure. Well,
Harry singing one of
my
these.
name is Bastia.
Yeah,
My
but
favorite colors are red, white, and blue. My favorite movies are Red Dawn, Doctor Strangelove, Patton, and The Longest Day. My favorite animals are orange cats, black and white cats, and all other cats. My hair is brown and my eyes are brown.
Hey, but I need this. I gotta be on these things to get exposure, man.
What it does do very well, and I like to stream a lot and be a corporate attorney. That's me.
Damn, that's a great intro. I'm gonna have to draft a new intro for myself. I was so inspired by that. Holy cow!
Oh man,
That's really
corporate
good. Thanks, I
attorney,
like
and he
that.
likes
Alright,
it. Oh man,
All right.
what a
Awesome,
great
guys.
guy.
I'm really important. How about you?
Sure, I go by really important. We talk politics on my channel, focus on Capitol
Yeah, that's
Hill,
what I
what's
got
going
the
on in
sense
House,
of.
the
Like,
Senate. We're watching
people are like,
TV
"Hey, that
races,
shit is
Senate
Yang
races,
Gang,"
House races, you
and I'm
name it.
like, okay, so I checked it
That's
out
what we do on my
some of his
channel.
streams. I'm like, he doesn't talk about it much, actually.
Awesome. Hey, well, thanks
know.
for coming out. Dylan, it's all you, man.
Hi, my name is Dylan Burns. I do foreign policy content. I'm a foreign policy advisor. I advise for two congressional candidates, Senator Jill Carter, state senator, and Michaela Wilkes. I worked on the Mike Gravel campaign and some other
Mike
campaigns,
Gravel.
locally organized mayoral campaigns.
Mike Gravel.
If you come to my channel, you're gonna get good foreign policy content. I'd really appreciate if you checked out my channel, Dylan Burns TV.
Hell yeah. Thanks for coming. Dan, what's up?
Hey, some of these people have like experience, man. Okay.
Twitch.tv/Harkdan. I'm just here to help out, give a take of guy that's doesn't know that much about anything. So if you want the uninformed take, look no further than this.
Jeez. Don't oversell
All right,
yourself.
Susha.
Jeez.
I know you're ready for this one. How you doing?
Hello. My name is Sushi. I have red hair. Just kidding. My name is Sushi. I do not do political content on
That
Facebook.
shit is
Sometimes
obsessed
I
with the
do.
history of. Oh, he's one
But
of
you
those
didn't know
people.
that. You guys just thought I was.
Is
a
he like one of
loser.
those
That's right,
like,
boys.
oh my
Sometimes
god,
I do
socialism does not work. Here's why.
And
Here's a
sometimes I'm kinda
5-page
cringy,
essay that I
and that's
wrote
okay, though, because
last night. Why?
Okay, my dude
Is
told
it-
me
is it
about
that
me
kinda
because I'm a
thing?
girl, and he told me that. Okay. So fucking exposed.
Oh my God.
I don't know. It's like
this was gonna be my best episode yet.
I like how you.
it's one thing. One thing to
camera right after you
be
did that.
critical of something, but it's like
By
one
the
thing
way,
to be
for
like
everybody,
obsessed
I
about
stole Sushi's
criticizing.
introduction and reworded it. So.
But it's a
that was
100-day
really-
rant.
I owe that
Okay,
to her.
wow.
All right.
That makes
Also,
sense.
my political leanings are like extreme libertarian to anarchist, unironically.
Wow.
Sick. Frankies, calm down. All right, chill in the chat. All right, chat, chill. All right.
This is a Arctic Freeze from Dairy Queen. It's the strawberry kiwi flavor.
Have you ever had that with like as a float? Like
Yeah,
you
I
get
used
that
to
and you
work
put
at
ice
Dairy
cream in it.
Queen.
This
Oh,
is why
it's so
people don't
fucking
take
good, dude.
the anarchist movement seriously, just because of you.
Why? Because she wants the freedom to drink her Arctic Freeze in peace.
Listen, take this shit more seriously, Sushi. All right, you want this to be a real fucking political movement, or you want to talk about your Arctic Freeze? No one's gonna believe in anarchy if you're like, "Yeah, I went to
Listen,
Dunkin'
buddy.
Donuts. Yeah, Dunkin', love it, got the frappuccino. The fuck, son? You're trying to have political change, okay?"
Listen. I can drink my Dairy Queen on stream, but if we lived in an anarchist society, I could also do drugs on stream. So
Let me explain
that's all
something
I'm
to all
saying.
you. When we can get one Discord server that's run under anarchy, I'll consider running the entire government that way. Why don't we do baby steps where we can get a Discord server run under anarchy? Then I'll believe that this whole thing has a real chance. Until then, I'm gonna stick with the fact that all the biggest anarchy streamers have very moderated, top-down, hierarchical discords. And I was like, that's interesting. I would think there might be a better.
Hey, they're
solution.
justified hierarchies. All right, it's totally okay.
Yeah, I
You gotta read some Kropotkin, man.
All right. So you guys saw the topic list. I wasn't sure which one to start off with.
The
but
Bernie campaign won't.
if you
Oh
guys have
man,
any
that just
suggestions,
sounds
I'm
like.
totally up for it. If there's any like topic that stood out to you, what do you guys think?
Can't tell if it's like they're doing that on purpose or it's just
We can
incompetence.
just
You
go in
know,
order if you want. We can just take it right down the list.
like
I think I just think if you're gonna write a list in a certain order, why would you?
Okay, all
Ugh.
right. Well, topic one then, Democratic primary.
Yeah, the one you didn't want, Sushi.
Yeah, I know. That's why I need.
is there a
This is anarchy in action, man.
no closed caption? No,
So,
no closed caption. Okay, well,
all right,
whatever.
I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna touch on one specifically. So, Hillary Clinton was once again in the news. This time, for her concern on Bernie Sanders, where she said in an interview, he was in Congress for years. He had one senator. He had one senator
You would-
support him. Nobody likes him. Nobody wants to work with him.
You know, I mean, you would think that they should know that Yang supporters are very, very loyal to our candidate, and it's probably a waste of time to talk to them. So, I mean, the correct thing to do is like, oh, you're Andrew Yang supporter, okay? Thank you for your time. Goodbye. You know. So, but if they're not removing him from the
Said about
list,
him
it's like,
getting nothing done is, like,
uh,
objectively
what?
true, isn't it?
Careful. This is a long conversation if you get into it right now. Let's just say we agree to disagree on how much was done by Bernie and the quality of the.
Me and Harkdana already hashed this out on a separate stream pretty thoroughly.
Right. So,
Wow.
Bernie Sanders has.
Oh, yeah, I saw
done
this. I saw
everything
this.
in terms of, like,
Yang was number
underlying
one in this one,
legislation,
wasn't
he's
he?
done a lot of amendments.
Yeah.
Right?
That's not it.
Yeah,
That's
there's
the
a lot
long and short of it, right?
Yeah, this comes from this comes from the Iowa Secretary of State, man. Not some random internet
There's
dude.
a lot of those things that I saw.
Try
not
to
a lot
stop a Yemeni genocide. Yeah.
Okay, well, now, so did he, like, introduce the Yemeni genocide bill?
Have my own round table and invite
Well,
people.
You know, I mean, so that seems to be the
That's a lot of
big
work.
initiatives. He tried.
I don't think I have the. I don't think I have time to do that. I'm too.
To be fair, the thing about the
The Yang Gang's gonna get upset at me.
it wasn't called that. It was
Like, Ryan, you should be text banking or you should be at a canvassing event. Why are you doing this Twitch shit? You know, and then be like, yeah.
He got Mike Lee. He got.
I'm not on this panel, by the way, D-Ray. I'm just checking it out. This is a potential place I could be talking about. They're talking about the primary, and they're talking about Hillary Clinton talking shit about Bernie right now. So
Sanders Yemen bill, it should come up pretty quickly. And it ended up with Trump vetoing it, which at that point, I mean, the bipartisanship's dead.
yeah, there's no Yang. There's no there's no Yang representation in these circles right now. So yeah, so I already talked to Mindwaves yesterday. You know, at yesterday's roundtable. So I'm gonna reach out to him and see if I can be on the next one.
There you go. Yeah, a key sponsor of the resolution.
I gotta get more serious about.
Well, I mean, I personally think that the best argument for Bernie Sanders on this is like to just say, look, no, I never actually got many bills passed. Like I admit it, I didn't really objectively under normal standards get anything done in my time as a Senate. But if you actually look bigger, if you actually look at the bigger picture, like I have substantially pushed.
Yeah, it wasn't
hardcore
bad. Like
leftist,
yesterday's
progressive
conversation wasn't bad.
Socialist
So I was like, okay,
policies
I could see
and
myself
mainstreamed
doing
them
this
now
again.
and
So
like moved what were once thought of as like, you know, completely opposite of everything America was doing. That is now potentially, you know, almost ready to win a major party primary to bring those ideas into the mainstream, which is pretty effective. I mean, that's, I think, is
yeah, Gazer,
whether you like
Gazer, you're not
what he has
alone.
been able to do in the last 5 years is absolutely.
You're not alone on that, Gazer, and that's really why I was actually hesitant to join one of these. But I have more experience talking to far left people now, and so you know, I know where we can have an agreement and where I need to be careful about talking about certain subjects, and so
I want to pose.
I think I can do it better.
on this
Yeah.
one. So this is something I was thinking about a little bit.
Yeah,
So I don't like Andrew Yang, and the reason I don't like him is I think he's buying his way to candidacy. I think without his $1,000 a month thing, he would be nowhere on the map whatsoever. He's bought his way there, and a lot of people who say, "Hey, I want money," so he's my guy. Now, let me pose you another question. If I was to run and say, "Hey, I'm going to do $5,000 a month for everyone, and we're just going to tax companies to get there," I might be a serious candidate as a result of that. So and you guys would be like, "I'm against this. This guy is essentially promising shit he can't do." We all know there's no way I can give everyone $5,000 a month. We'd all agree, despite like modern monetary theory and all this stuff. It's not happening. The whole economy is going to go to shit if you give everyone in the country $5,000 a month. So here's the next question. If that's considering buying the election because it's unreasonable and we know it can't be done, is Bernie to an extent buying the election because what he's trying to pass can't be done and we all know it can't be done?
Yes, absolutely.
And also, for what it's worth, while I like Andrew Yang, to the extent you think $1,000 a month is buying an election,
Yeah.
$1,000 worth of
It
government
is.
benefits.
Dan is a Bloomberg
certainly
supporter.
At least much buying as that is, although it's a little less.
Heart Dad is a
neat,
Bloomberg
little less
supporter. Yeah,
clean,
so coming from him,
buy it is nevertheless
right,
still
yeah,
as
keep
much
that
a
in
buy,
mind,
is it
right?
not?
Yeah.
Well, they all make campaign promises. Donald Trump ran on build a wall. Mexico's going to pay for it. I haven't seen a check from Mexico, so it's campaign rhetoric.
Okay. Now, I dislike Andrew Yang for separate reasons, mostly that he doesn't know anything about foreign policy, and he has shown that evidently on the campaign trail and with what he said, like with policy. We can get into that if somebody wants to get into that with me. I would almost say it's objectively true, but maybe he's like hiding his power level on foreign policy. I don't know. Maybe he's a Kissinger stan. But when it comes to not being able to get anything done, I mean, I think it's a question of, is that physically possible or electorally likely, right? For instance, I would say right now, under normal circumstances, it is probably electorally unlikely for Bernie to just be able to, like, here's my Medicare for All bill, we got it through the Senate. Definitely when we don't even have the majority of Democrats in the Senate on his side. In the House, it's a different story.
Yeah.
But in the Senate, it's pretty clear.
So you know, I have to be there to push back because Batshit likes Andrew Yang, but I don't think he's really willing to defend him. You know,
Democrats to flip those Senate seats. We're gonna do it. I can't make any promises, but we're gonna try our best. But there's a difference between saying that and like Andrew Yang saying, well, somebody saying, well, now $5,000 a month, $10,000 a month. At that point, you're getting something that is like physically impossible, right?
Really?
I mean,
You're talking about Medicare for all. That's a program that's going to cost tens of trillions of dollars. It might very well amount to $5,000 in programming for every American. So, I mean, if you're going to talk about what's possible, I mean, let's be real then about what's possible.
Well,
and how much money are we talking about? I've heard people say that this plan would cost, like, just to be clear, the $1,000 a month, if given to every adult American, would cost about $2 to $4 trillion, depending, I guess, on how you think the economy would grow and whatever. So let's say it's $3 trillion to do that. That was the last time I added it up. Well, that's much cheaper than what I've heard with respect to really guaranteeing Medicare for all Americans. I mean, you know, so let's talk about, I mean, buying.
Okay, so he is defending him.
A lot of money, any way you slice it.
No, I 100% agree with Bastia's take. I think both promising free college and free healthcare for everybody and free this and free that. It's a long list of free stuff from the government, and it's been a long standing Democrat Party, leftist, liberal, socialist, Marxist. You want to go all the way back, like that's where it originated, is that the government will provide. We're all a part of the government. Have the government take care of us, pay the government, all this stuff. And because otherwise you're going to have the greedy rich people taking advantage of everybody else. And like the Democrats have largely won many elections starting in the 1930s on government programs, taxpayer.
Yeah, I don't understand why he thinks Bernie
that was what the FDR
great on foreign
New Deal
policy.
was.
Like, what has he done?
Lyndon Johnson repeated it with the Great Society, and those programs have bankrupted our country and have put us in a terrible spot. So I think to go down that road even further,
what is the problem of giving
crazy,
people money directly? Like
the Democrats are going to have a real hard time in 2020.
What do you mean bankrupt our country? Bankrupt? I mean, more Americans are apparently satisfied with the economy than they've been in the last 20 years. The last time I read, I'll drop the source for that in a minute. But Trump is running on a very strong economy, you know. And I mean, that would seem to be a real problem for people who want to vote for systemic change like Bernie Sanders. It seems like that's going to be a real problem when President Trump can just come out and say, look, you may not like me, as he said to, I believe, as he said in a recent speech, you may not like me, but you're going to vote for me anyway, because you know who those other people are, okay?
Well, I mean, there's a big part to that, right? If you look at the amount of receipts that the federal government does a year right now, it's around $3 trillion. So,
Didn't it? Public benefits are good.
On an extra $3 trillion to that. I mean, that's, you know, someone's taxes are at least getting doubled.
Yeah,
right?
okay,
And I don't
now-
think that's sustainable.
Okay. So anybody saying lecture fan, you know you're wrong when you say that it's free because there's taxes.
It's
And
hard
that
to
isn't
talk
free because
over-
People have to pay taxes.
Well, just to be clear, some people on the Bernie side, including his economic advisor Stephanie Kelton, are straight up modern monetary theory. That is to say, we don't need to raise taxes. We can just print. The economy
And they
has
don't.
that kind of
To be
capacity.
clear, they don't have real. I want to interrupt here. MMT isn't really possible at
we
all
haven't.
under the law, right?
This relates to public housing actually, because we have stopped building public housing since the 70s, and I see. I'm a centrist, but I this is where I agree with the leftists that we need more public options, you know, regarding healthcare and housing, and I do think Yang supports both. So I don't know.
Argument of Milton Friedman, the monetarist, that all you had to do to control inflation was to stop printing it. So I mean, at one point, I guess we.
I just want to see
had some policy
how
like
much
that. We'll look into it,
Bastiat
but,
knows about
I mean,
Yang.
Suppose it were legally possible.
Canceling debt.
I think that's how they plan to pay for it. And
Yeah,
people
you
like
know
AOC,
the bankers aren't going to
Alexandria
go for that though,
Ocasio-Cortez,
right?
that is, are really interested in this stuff. I mean, this is how they square the circle of how do we pay for these giant programs. Well, you know, we can do it.
I think if you're gonna say that MMT is something, then it almost.
I actually agree with.
We just have to assume
debt
MMT
is
not
bad.
possible, because otherwise you can literally just do whatever you want. Right?
Debt is bad for people.
Free cars,
you know.
free girlfriends and boyfriends, and yada 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 for everyone. We'll just pay for it out of MMT. That's it. Right? I mean, why stop at healthcare and everything?
Yeah,
that's
give it
what
a
they say.
little, to give it a little contour here, and then I'll stop talking about it. But it's like it's not as crazy as it sounds. I do think it's wrong, but they say basically the economy has a certain amount of capacity. That is to say, the money supply should match the productive capacity of the economy. And their argument is, I've heard people say that we're at about 70, 80% in terms of money supply to economic capacity. So we could print like another 20, 30% worth of cash to fill that capacity. We could use that to pay for programs without causing inflation. And they look at the federal government's inability.
He doesn't
you know,
talk
for
about
interest
how
rates to
most people
impact the
don't own
inflation rate.
stocks,
There's,
though.
some
Right?
evidence of this, that inflation's not a problem right now. I mean, it's all very spurious to me, but I mean, it's if you're
Well,
asking like how do they plan to pay for it, that's a big part of it.
Why do the Democrats always have to talk about how we're going to pay for it? Donald Trump has doubled our deficit to $1 trillion, and nobody bats an eye. They're like, "Well, the economy's doing great. Yeah, we're running our credit card."
No, I've been criticizing Trump and the Republicans this entire time for that, and I've always criticized Republicans for not.
But that's part of the
putting
show,
money where
ain't
their
it?
mouth is
Full
when it
bounce.
comes to what they talk
you
about
know?
the deficits, and as an American conservative voter, I'm really getting sick of these Republicans saying that they're gonna, cut spending and balance the budget.
I know.
and then we
Yesterday I was
send it off
talking
to
about
Washington,
housing, and
D.C.,
some
and that
people are like,
never
"Wow,"
happens, and I'm
like they
getting
got the
real
mind
sick of it,
blown.
but I'll be the first to
It
call out
seems
the
like.
Republicans, including Donald Trump, on outrageous government spending.
But maybe
this
that
is
can be
why
my
we talk
thing,
about
you
a
know?
swamp. It doesn't matter what party's in there; they're just doling out all of this.
A lot of them
cash
are
to their
just kind of
friends and
like
their
giving what
buddies, and this
their
department and
viewers
that
want, right?
department, and this funding for that industry
So
and this funding for that industry, and it's just a complete dirty swamp. And the Republicans and Democrats are just as deep into it.
They're
And
both
that's
bad.
a perfect example why is how you can tell is because of the deficit right now.
As much as I hate to break up the circle jerk, I will say that MMT is not the prime justification for Medicare for all. MMT is not. Bernie has said on multiple. He's not gonna like we're just putting it on the government credit card. He has said on multiple occasions that there will be taxes. He's said several. I don't remember all the taxes, but
it's possible we might get worse
transaction tax,
jobs.
a lot of other.
Yeah,
taxes.
probably.
This isn't just like something that's like, yeah, we're just gonna add a huge industry onto the government paywall, and there's gonna be no taxes. So when he talks about the justification, how he's gonna pay for it, he doesn't say. I've never even heard Bernie bring up MMT. I've never heard. Now there might be people within his campaign or around him who does theory around MMT, but the prime justification I've always seen from Bernie himself, words out of the babe's mouth, has been not MMT, but we're going to tax the rich and powerful, blah blah blah. Whatever you're gonna, and he has said that there are going to be taxes for ordinary Americans. But his
I'm not really worried about losing the debate or whatever because
than what they are currently paying for healthcare costs. So I think branding this, even if you disagree with that assessment, branding
it's
this
more
as MMT, and that's all it's going to be.
It's more gotta
company credit card, and that's all it's going to be.
represent
That's-
the
I feel like
campaign
it's
well, you know.
No,
And
you're,
that's
I mean, you're
that's
right.
more
there are
what I'm
tax increases
worried
too, but
about.
Of course, that's not the only big government program he has in mind. He has a whole suite of them in mind.
I hope Trump wins. Oh man.
On and no, his plans are much more conservative. Although I get your argument. Ultimately, free stuff is free stuff. There's just a question of how much free stuff.
Wait, if just Medicare for all is going to be $3 trillion a year, how much is the other programs that Bernie's trying to push?
Just to be clear, I don't know if he's given an amount because just the other day he was on an interview where somebody said how
Bernie
much is it
doesn't
gonna
know,
cost?
man.
And it's
He doesn't know how much
He's
his
like,
plan
"No,
costs. Do you think he put that thought into it?
And
I don't
mean,
think so.
It's not a crazy statement in some sense because
Yeah.
it's a
Oh,
big
Matt
change
Dizzo
and
agree
it's
with
hard
that? Yeah, man. They
to, I
fuck you
guess,
over, man.
estimate, but I mean, I don't know. Does anybody know? Have you heard, Dylan, how much it's?
Things are bad.
The entirety of his plan altogether.
You
is.
know,
I've heard
things
separate
are bad.
estimates. I heard, for instance,
And
healthcare
I'm
bill
a little
always
disappointed
32
with
trillion over, I believe, it's a
Bashchiat's
decade,
answer.
right? But then the counter for that
Because he
was
doesn't
the
recognize that. He
35
thinks the
trillion.
stock
Now, to
market
be
equals
fair,
reality,
the
which is
transition
not
from
true.
A private
You know.
industry to a government industry, there's going to be hiccups. Definitely. Of this
So
massive
I
scale.
think he's
Just
just.
the question is if you're willing to deal with those hiccups.
I think Bashiat is just kind of a conservative, and you know, he likes parts of Yang. I think that's what it seems. Yeah.
When you say you personally am, or you personally are, so I just dropped a link in there. It says 34 trillion over 10 years. That's about 3.5 trillion. When you say you personally are, I mean, what do you mean? You know, like how much additional tax are you willing to pay?
I am personally, I don't know what the American people are willing to pay. I'm willing to pay personally whatever it takes. But that's because I have very personal experience related to this.
Well, Bernie has a figure. He said 4% on every dollar over 29,000.
Yeah, that's not going to cover doubling the taxes. That
Yeah,
will
which
cover 4% of
That's
the
what I.
double.
Yeah, and I was gonna bring up the $29,000 point. Like that's struggling. If you're making $29,000, you're like on the edge of the poverty line. So it's basically gonna be everybody. The lower classes are even gonna have their taxes raised. But
well, of course, everybody is.
Well, they also won't have to pay for healthcare anymore.
Yeah, that's the argument that the overall cost of healthcare will be
Okay.
will be.
I mean,
But here,
if you
yeah,
really
but
look
here,
at that
here's
and up the tax base by I guess like 4%, then this guy Knowing Better did a great YouTube video about it where he compared the tax bill of a British citizen who gets free healthcare with an American who doesn't get free healthcare and has to pay for it separately, and the American ends up paying more at that income level in terms of taxes plus healthcare than the British person pays in just taxes. So I'll drop the link to the video for anybody who wants to check it out.
And one of the main problems with these Medicare for All plans, and the last time I looked at Andrew Yang's website, he has the biggest, most complex website of any candidate. He's got a
Hey,
plan for
they're
every issue. I
talking
thought
about
he
him,
supported
even
Medicare
though I'm
for
not
All.
there.
If not, he
Mhm.
supports
He's changed it
substantially something
considerably,
very,
but yeah.
very
He
similar.
still
but
calls it Medicare for all, though.
It's really
the one of the main problems with Medicare for All is that they get their numbers for how much it's going to cost by taking by thinking they'll pay every healthcare provider the same reimbursement rates that Medicare and Medicaid pay. And so right now, the way the system works is that private healthcare payers with private health insurance, they reimburse the hospitals for healthcare services way more. They're paying all this money, and then the private hospitals are taking Medicare and Medicaid patients and getting super low reimbursement rates, hardly making any money at all. So the entire industry is propped up and subsidized by private healthcare payers from private health insurance companies. And so what I've heard from people in the actual industry is that if they were forced to take all of their patients on Medicare reimbursement rates, they would just probably shut down. A lot of these smaller hospitals would just shut down because they wouldn't make enough with just Medicare reimbursement rates. And the bigger hospitals that are going to be able to survive are going to have to drastically cut the quality of services. Wait times are going to go through the roof. It's going to be terrible reduction in the quality of healthcare in this country, which is one of the main reasons I'm against it.
Oh, wait times. I'd be fine. Honestly, I'd be fine with an increase of wait times.
I wouldn't, and
I
know other wealthy
how
people
can you
wouldn't be
say
as
like?
well.
How can you
No,
say I'm fine with this? I'm fine with an unlimited amount. I'm fine with increased wait times. Like at some point, you presumably would not be.
Well, I mean, of course, if literally it's like you have to wait 20 days to like get a bullet taken out of your leg, of course, then at that point. But my question would be:
He's a lawyer,
with this
okay.
increase of like wait times, would there be an increase of lives being saved due to without like either the undercoverage or people not being
Protect.
covered
Wow, that's really
altogether, would
specific.
there be less deaths?
You like LCTR in a very specific way.
Like,
Okay.
that's the issue I care about when it comes
Right.
to healthcare.
But what I would say is that's not likely to happen because people literally die on VA healthcare, government-run healthcare, because they can't get the right services because the current government-run healthcare system we have is that terrible. So I think I don't think it would.
In part because the government, the Republican Party, chronically underfunds the VA. In part because they seem to want the VA to fail so they can privatize it.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, underfunding is
Not true.
Not true. Well, let's.
Oh wait, even if you give that the case that it's underfunded, do you want your healthcare something where a new administration come in and underfund it as a result? I mean, the private markets don't really react.
Well, in the
like
current
that would,
system, if in the current system people die anyway, right? So I'd rather have a system where we have that chance of being able to cover everybody and have everybody not dying just due to lack of
Yeah, that's why
healthcare.
there's
I'd rather
still a
have that.
demand
I
for
would
private
rather-
insurance, right?
Dude, that's complete bullshit. People aren't dying in America because of lack of health there. If you show up to the hospital at emergency
yes, they
room,
are. Yes, they are.
maybe because there's like a $10 million like process that maybe has a small chance of working. But if you
Dude.
show up into the emergency room in this country, you will get service. So
Yeah, but that's the thing. You have to wait till he gets to the emergency room. So if you've got like chronic problems,
Yep, there you go.
anything below the emergency room, you don't get it, and you don't get it dealt with because you can't afford it or whatever. Maybe you think you can't afford it. Maybe the whole American healthcare system.
We have Medicare and Medicaid. Most of
Medicaid
low income people can get Medicare and Medicaid, and it's freaking great service. And they're subsidized by the private payers, but that you can get. We already have health insurance for low income people.
We have health insurance for the most extreme low income people. If you're making, I believe the figure in Alabama is under $800 a month. If you were that poor, then yeah, you get Medicaid, but that doesn't cover. That covers.
Okay, and I agree. Now you're just talking about healthcare is expensive in the United States, and I agree. We have to make major wholesale changes to our healthcare system. I'm in favor of reforming it. It's got problems. You know why we're here is because Democrats like Lyndon Johnson created Medicare and Medicaid in the 60s and totally intervened in the private healthcare market. So now it's so expensive that people can't even pay for it. So if that's like you're going to argue that, wow, healthcare is expensive in the United States, therefore we need to have a government takeover. That's preposterous. Look at how that works in every other industry.
And every other, well, here's the thing. Every other industry is not the point compared to, because in terms of every other industry, yeah, I'm inclined to agree that communist, socialist lefties who want to nationalize everything willy-nilly are wrong. But those who look at healthcare and say, well, there are 20 to 30 countries out there who do this. Healthcare is different.
Doesn't work, though.
When you say it doesn't work, they have approximately
I'm saving
half on
this.
average the per capita healthcare costs, and their healthcare outcomes are comparable on just about everything.
Yeah,
So,
but
like,
the
what do
quality
they-
of care and the
hold on.
service that you get are
Rush
is
Hour
way
4.
worse.
Oops, I put in
want to
2.
hear a
Whatever.
really important take on this. What do you think?
Well, I was gonna say, look, Bastia,
Be more
let's
Christian.
give
Hey, that
Richard
works,
Fan a
man.
chance here.
Oh, good job.
Let's hear Donald Trump's plan. I'm sure he's got a comprehensive plan of how to resolve this. So, Electric
See,
Fan,
like
if
the
you give
right
us some
wingers,
details
they're
on
not going to
that,
be
that'd
like,
awesome.
Well, I
you know, like if Bernie started yelling at him to be a better person, he doesn't give a shit. But if you say, hey, you got to be a better Christian, then they'll be,
The
oh.
point is that Donald Trump is not a policy wonk. But the point is
Hey,
that
but
he's
it's
not-
interesting, right? They're talking about Andrew Yang, even though I'm not there. Nobody's there to represent him, but they're still talking about him. So that's a
do a great job
that's an improvement.
signing whatever bills Republicans put in front of him.
But while he has done that, while he has not had a plan for the first 4 years, people have died due to lack of coverage or no coverage at all or under coverage. And because of that, because of his
Yep.
inaction, and because of his inability to be bipartisan,
You can't blame that on that, dude. People are dying because healthcare is extremely expensive in the United States, which is literally from the government intervention.
I thought
We
you
don't
just
need
said like
more
nobody
of
dies
what.
from it.
Well,
Look,
hold on.
If there's like a $10 million program and that's not qualified for Medicare, Medicaid,
Yeah,
and
but they're not
nobody has $10
interested in
million
reading
to
his
pay for you to
plan,
get
right?
Whatever medical service you need, then I
Dude,
guess
but it's
maybe you do
undercover.
die.
Like people,
But I'm talking about.
not just that, but just people who have just basic costs or things that are maybe. Like
I guess
20,
so.
30,000
Maybe my brother was right. You know, I gotta be here and represent him. Otherwise, they're just gonna
Why doesn't
just gonna dogpile on him without
at what point
really
so
doing
do you
any
think the-
research,
like,
right?
The government should pay at whatever costs. So now you're saying, well, there's this particular government or this healthcare service that was developed by the private market.
You wish I
and
was
this
there?
wonderful,
Okay,
nice little
I'll make
private
an
healthcare
effort.
Service, and it costs $50,000 to do it, and some people can pay for it. Some
Hey,
people
there's
can't.
a round
There's
table
another
tomorrow.
little
Maybe I can
healthcare
join
service
it.
Developed by the private market, by private
Yep.
industry, and it's got people that do it, and doctors and nurses, and they have a program that costs. Service that's $10 million.
I'm trying to look. Okay, like this guy, I'm really important. He doesn't seem like he has a candidate of choice, and if he does, it's not being explicit about it. I see a Marianne poster, but he has Warren, Bernie, be like, well, come on, Yang is right here. I see the Yang one right here. It's really hard to see, but it's right there. I see it. And then Bastiat seems like, Andrew Yang light, right? He's like, okay, yeah, there's parts of Andrew Yang that I like, but he's not really Yang. So, and then this guy's obviously a Trump guy. Hartdam supports Bloomberg. He likes Bloomberg and Joe Biden. So he's like an establishment Democrat guy, So interesting. Sushi is just bored and checking her phone right now. This guy is a Bernie supporter, obviously, and foreign policy. And I don't know why is Bernie so great on foreign policy? Like, what has he done? But we'll find out.
Oh yeah, the Yang bucks, that's way too much. We can never do that. But at Medicare for All, we could do that. That's a reasonable idea.
I didn't say that we couldn't.
You're all over
Like
the
your fan
place.
feels
It's
betrayed
difficult
over
to
here.
pay for.
Bastia,
It's
that's
all
not
very
what I
difficult to pay for, but your point that like this isn't a bad policy, that no other country in the world does this and it doesn't work anywhere, like
These
what's
three?
that based on?
So
Okay,
I
makes
wanted,
sense.
I wanted to hear Sushi's take on this. Like,
It's based on what you were saying.
What do you think about Medicare for All? Do you think the candidates?
I really want to hear this take. I really want to hear it.
Personally, I think that in an ideal society, privately funded nonprofit
Yeah, they're all
organizations
burners.
that were in charge would be in charge of healthcare would be a better system overall, but a lot of people probably would choose to take advantage of those and not like contribute and not find healthcare for themselves in whatever private program would like fit their particular needs. And I don't think we can trust the American people to make decisions for themselves. So because of that, I don't know. It's hard to say because I don't agree with like government funded healthcare. I don't think that that's necessarily the best option because it's hard to put everybody into like one thing or even like a couple different layers. Yeah, that's my answer. So I don't necessarily support it, but I understand why most other people would support it because it's so hard to implement like privately funded.
Should get
like,
another Yang
nonprofit
tuber to get on.
organizations that are truly like trying to help people and not just
Streaming is very different from making
push
videos,
some
though.
sort of personal agenda. As
It's
well,
not
which could be
easy.
an issue.
It's
Like,
not
maybe they
easy
wouldn't
setting
wanna
up
fund
your
certain
computer to
things
do a
like
stream, though.
abortions, or they would choose not to fund certain things.
And
within,
at least the
like,
people I know, they don't have time. They're too they're,
How do you like
they're
your
too
access
focused on the
to
campaign.
healthcare?
You know, seriously.
my access to healthcare. I do not go to the doctor. I think that if everybody just eats honey, you'll be okay.
I mean, that's
the notion. The notion that I
and that's
reject.
basically the.
Oh, man,
we've
how
got-
old is
what, in
she?
this
Jesus
country, we've got
Christ.
The thriving natural medicine movement, probably in part because this is the only country that has healthcare that is out of reach of the affordability for so much of the population.
It's not though. Give me a break, Bostier. That's
Oh,
not
it
the
is, it is.
situation. The notion that I reject is that Sushi has to sit here and before she gives her libertarian explanation, she's got to sit here and say, but I'm a good person, don't worry, I understand that, I care about you. And that comes from people on the left acting like they've got a monopoly on sympathy, and it's just simply not true. Like, the reason that I support free market healthcare is because I want the best quality, high quality, best service to be available to the poorest of the poor. And throughout history, it's undisputed. The way you do that is free markets. And the United States has
man.
had an incredible healthcare industry over the years.
What if it's unprofitable to cover them?
Hampered by the federal government's intervention. And we actually help the poorest of the poor, and we actually help people get healthcare through less government intervention. So I reject the notion that, like, if you care about people, then you support socialism, because the opposite is true.
Well, you probably could, like, it might, maybe it's possible to have like a total free market healthcare system. I don't know. I'm skeptical of that as much as I wish it was true. But like, even if you could, that is like, we know that's definitely never happening. You're never going to be able to take away like everybody's Medicare, everybody's Medicaid,
Well, look,
all the
the way-
VA
okay.
stuff like that. You're
Yeah.
never taking away like healthcare
No.
for basically over 100
But
million
that's-
Americans. So like,
Okay, but only
even if that was true, like that is, I mean, we'll have a colony on the moon before that happens.
Who do you
know what I
want
mean?
2020?
That's not what people are proposing, though.
Well,
The,
I mean-
the proposal is
There's a big
the
sign
proposal is to
right there.
Get the federal government out of all.
I was just
healthcare
thinking I
regulation,
should join
phase
this.
phase out Medicare.
I was just thinking like I should join this panel next time just to represent Yang, you know. Cause you know, like Bastian is defending him like here and there, but I think you say, oh my bad. I mean, no, I mean you just came in. It's not your fault or anything. I'm not blaming you for anything. It's just just like, yeah, Andrew Yang. Oh my God, do you want to hear all about it? If you do, let me know.
Power to lower authorities. You get better government.
I'm just
results. You
I'm
get
just
better
checking this
management,
out
you get
though.
less fraud. You get less abuse. So the idea that we all.
So here's the deal, okay? So here's the deal. Hart Dan is a Joe Biden Bloomberg supporter. He is like the establishment Democrat guy. And he's very Joe Biden-esque, you know, in his opinions. So this guy's a Trump supporter, obviously. Bastiat is a corporate lawyer. And then, homework. Just get an idea what people stand for, right? Bastiat is like a corporate, and he likes Andrew Yang. And he's fairly informed about him, but I don't think he's Yang Gang, you know. I think he just kind of likes him. And then Sushia is, well, I think she's just Sushi, but she's just like, she's a libertarian anarchist and doesn't believe in I don't know what. She also seems very young. Then these three are Berners. Yep. So they're all Bernie. This guy's a foreign policy guy. This guy, I'm not sure. And then Mindwaves, I talked to actually yesterday, and he didn't actually say much. But at the same time, the debate it's a little unstructured.
Care system. People would not want to take care of people in their specific community because
Yeah,
those
that's a
people are
great
drug
point.
addicts. Is that what you're fucking saying?
Well,
because
you know,
I would definitely
I
stand
can
up for people in
definitely
my
say-
community.
Exactly.
I might not
mean,
stand up for someone that
it'd
isn't
be
in my
nice
community.
if that was the case. It'd be nice if that was the case. But when it comes to drug addicts, a lot of people look down on them, say it's their fault, that they don't need to help them because that's their problem.
Then they can work that out.
Oh yeah, this guy's a guy.
You mentioned this actually. This
Were you talking about Dylan?
because like the Great Society and the National
he has the heavy metal long hair. Yeah.
1960s, back when some
They didn't want to
states were
defend
granting
anybody,
civil
offend
rights to
anyone. Oh,
Americans irrespective of race, and some states were looking the other way
I don't
while
know.
black men and women were being lynched.
I don't know. So I was at one of these things last night. It's just like I've been having a lot of issues with the far left people being very, very aggressive against Andrew Yang. So that's why I was like, you know, I'm like, I was a little bit worried. Like I had a conversation with one of these, not the people here, but one of the Bernie folks on housing, and it was a little tense. I did not enjoy it. So, did you listen to Roddy Rich the Box? Never heard of that.
By state isn't necessarily going to mean better in any metric.
Not to mention, like,
Yeah, you're a Trump guy. Okay,
I
that's
mean,
fine.
I would say, like,
You know,
has some good things.
you know, the Yang Gang welcomes Trump supporters and former Trump supporters. So
Stinking hippies too.
I'm okay with that. You know, and actually, I have a lot of people from the right come to my channel. They're like, "Oh my God, the Bernie people yelled at me, and why are they so mean?" And so they come to my channel and just hang out.
yes, but when they drive because of something that was avoidable.
My mom said she couldn't vote for Trump. It's Yang. Is he? Yeah. Exactly. Right. That's why that's why Yang is poised to be the best candidate for the Democrats, because the Republicans actually like Yang. You know, not all, but enough of them. You know what the secret is? The secret is not to treat your political opponents like shit all the time. You know, sometimes it gets heated, but like, man,
I'm just saying, if someone
I got banned for liking Trump. I know, right? I'm like, I would never do that. I'll ban you for being an asshole. But
I mean, if you want me, I can go in my back room and get a jar off the table and show my mom. But I mean, like, that happens.
It's not. Well,
Oh,
it's
man,
just
sorry.
that, like the only way that
Sorry
you can
about that.
guarantee everybody gets. covered is if you
I
do it
think
on the
I've
federal
had
level,
way too
right?
much
Otherwise,
caffeine
you're saying
today,
That, like,
and-
well, if we leave it up to the states or we leave it up to like local communities, we already know that it's not efficient. It's not everybody's gonna be
good
covered.
times.
So like, it's just
Go
I don't know. If
Peeps.
your goal is
Okay,
to get
even
everybody
if- even
covered, you would
So
go.
you
with
think
that.
certain areas would feel the pressure to step up and like provide that for like if they see other states doing an
Trump
amazing
is a
job?
good
I think
troll.
that
I
as
gotta
long
I,
as people-
I gotta give him that.
as
Trump
long
is
as
really good at
people-
trolling
as
the
long as
left.
people don't
Yeah.
see the ramifications of like other people having a lack of healthcare, I don't think they're really gonna care, right? Like,
Yep.
I don't
We're
really
used
know,
to
like,
having
why
a
this
lot
is
of
a
crazy people.
controversial
Oh
point,
man.
Lecture fan. I mean, free markets.
You know, one of our
some people,
one of our
like, in our
you know,
system, there's some people
we have
that
Yang Gang celebrities, right? One of our biggest Yang Gang celebs is a fucking felon, man. He went to jail for a felony, and now he's young Yang Gang. You know, he's a trucker. Hey.
I mean, that's a super expensive.
Vince trying to like it
some
how you
people
see
who are
his
not
or
gonna
her
be able to
name. I
afford it,
told her
and there are some
I
states
like
that
the
are
new
not gonna
feeling
provide it.
jobs,
So, I
and she
mean,
got he didn't
I
ban
feel
me.
like, again,
Yeah,
similar position, as long as you cede the
not
notion of universality, you
surprised.
would accept that it's not going to be universal. And
If it makes you feel better. Wait,
I think
Vinx?
Lecture's saying
Are you
that
talking about
people,
Vinx? I don't know who Vinx is actually.
Are you saying Lecture people
Vinx
would come
S.
in and fill the gap and take care of those low income?
Hey, I want to
people,
get the
right?
loud. I see. I want to get the
First and
down
foremost,
low
if
on
you
all
get
these
the federal
things. You know.
government out of it and phase this back to the state, then the prices drop. So you're not going to need to be wasting as much money as we are at the federal government level to pay for these services because the prices drop. And So that's one of the primary purposes.
It was. Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeah.
pri-
Oh wait, you were
the price
here.
drop even
Oh, you were
happened.
here.
So that
Okay.
just sounds magical.
Sorry, I was a
Oh,
little
if we just
distracted.
privatized everything, the prices would go much cheaper.
But
I mean,
but you
that's
know,
like when the people want to nationalize and say that we're gonna,
keep in mind, Vix used to be homeless. We found that I found that out last night. So she was talking about her homeless experience, and it sounds like, wow, that's terrible. Jesus Christ.
It'll be cheaper, guys.
You know, so I know, he probably pissed,
There's always
but
going to be a price that's unavoidable to someone.
yeah.
Always, right? I mean, that's the whole thing of supply and demand. Unless the
So,
price is literally zero.
oh yeah, friend runs truckers for Yang Pack. It's really weird. We have a bunch of misfits, you know. The Yang Gang is a bunch of misfits, man. We're just like, there's me. I'm kind of weird, you know.
That's just what the medicine costs, and you are too low income for that. Then you're just up shit creek.
You definitely wasn't at. Well, she gets mad at anyone. I gotta give her credit. Like she's fairly, you know.
Private charities for one, which is how
I would say that she's fairly equal in the way she, you know, attacks people.
Local governments and
attacks people as political.
Certainly pick up the slack where
I don't know. She doesn't seem that bad to me, but I don't know. There's probably certain things that trigger her. You gotta be careful.
Government.
So,
for example. So
yeah, so it was, you know,
because that gets picked up.
Yeah,
the free market.
like Vix does not, you know, the K-pop group. They don't like it when you talk about jobs, okay, especially in relation to Donald Trump. So be careful.
The charity part is where you start to lose me a little bit there, because I look at a place like Skid Row and I'm like, well, look at all this economic opportunity. All these people need homes, so why is nobody helping them? You know,
no money.
There's no money to be.
Oh no, he's wrong. Oh my God, there is the money. Ah.
But I mean, there are a lot of reasons other than that. Just to be clear, why houses aren't getting built, just because they don't have.
Sure, but I'm saying there's an opportunity. There's a bunch of people that aren't being served. Right? You could offer some sort of low-income housing somehow, theoretically, but nobody's going to do it.
In Detroit, they actually did that. They built several neighborhoods. And
I don't get
offered
why
jobs
they
to
can't.
those
Yeah.
people, and those people do pay rent. based
No,
on
it's
the
just
jobs
like
that they provided. These people are all homeless before, and then they slowly get more integrated into society, and they can choose to actually buy those homes and continue to live there, or they can choose to move out of the neighborhoods if they. Feel
Oh man, I feel like now I feel like I'm obligated to be here just to. Oh no, it drives me nuts. It drives me nuts when when they talk about housing and they have the facts wrong. You know, like no, it's the money is there. The money is already there. It's just it's NIMBYs. Yeah, NIMBYs are the problem.
Regulated like other fundamental industries, like food and power and water. I mean, like that. I mean, those are all heavily regulated right now.
Well, those are all totally different things.
Well, no, we're talking about fundamental essentials of life.
Some people seem to like, yeah, but no. See, cutie tip. That's not.
And some elements about them that
That's projection. You know, the Democrats are doing the same thing as the Republicans, and they're just accusing each other of being Nazis. You know, talk to the people on the right; they think the Democrats are Nazis. If you talk to the people on the left, they think the Republicans are Nazis. They're saying the same shit on both sides, and you got to get past that, man. You got to get past that nonsense because it's just not productive. You know, it's like you're 13. Wow, you're 13, huh? You're not even supposed to be here, so we did not have this conversation. Okay.
So it's not like there are definitely some issues with it that keep it from benefiting from like full competition. I guess like maybe you're imagining
we have to become more tolerant. That really is the thing, you know. I really don't like the Nazi versus Nazi framing of everything because it's just like